Hello, everyone. As usual, it's a pleasure to be here in our day 2 of the Global AI Bootcamp. We have an amazing session today. Thanks, everyone, for joining. And I need to introduce myself. I always forget about this. My name is Bruno Capuano. Right now, I'm in my office at home. I'm wearing a black t-shirt. I'm a white male. And I have in my room my MVP trophies and a couple of other things. Let me quickly open and share why are we doing this, because for us it's a super important event that we do, and every year we have the support of a lot of communities. So I think it's time so we can thanks to all of them. So give me a couple of seconds and I will share my screen. There it is, and let me talk a little about this. So the Global AI Bootcamp is a yearly event that we host. It's an amazing opportunity that we have to connect between the AI aficionados and professionals, everyone here to talk globally. We host the Toronto region, and because we are working in these days where we have COVID and whatever, we're doing this virtually, which is give us the chance to have amazing speakers also, like our first guest. My first thanks here will be to the Global AI team, the Global AI community. This is an amazing global team that we have here. Go to globalai.live or globalai.community, I think, and you can meet more about them. If you are not close to one in your area, you can even create a specific location, a specific regional Global AI for you, and this is super great. And also the Madrid.net user group, you can see the hashtag in the bottom, which is the local user group that help us do this. This is kind of a selfish one. Let's thanks to sponsor Microsoft. As I mentioned, my name is Bruno Capuano. I work as a senior cloud advocate in Microsoft, so it's a pleasure to be here. And we always collaborate to have these amazing events here. We need to also thanks to other user groups who are supporting these events. This photo is for the last in face-to-face events that we have a couple of years ago, but the Mississauga.net user group, the Canada Technology Channel user group, the Toronto.net, and the DevOps user group, all of them are supporting this event. So thank you very much, all of our friends there. And hey, I'm looking forward to the next event, to the next stuff that we have. February 8th, MetroToronto.net user group, we are going to have this amazing session around bringing digital accessibility into business. Take a look at this. Go there, register. It's super important. It's a great topic to have. We are also going to do in the Reactor, we are going to do an event in Spanish at the end of the month or early March around similar topic. So, hey, that's my background. I want to also bring stuff in Spanish, and thanks everyone. And that's basically it. This is our agenda for today. We are going to start with Prasant in a couple of seconds. Then we are going to have Ashish talking about dynamics. And then we are going to have Hisam talking about mental health and how can AI help us here. Mustafa and Ashraf are going to close with a couple of really great sessions. I don't want to steal our show. I don't want to steal minutes anymore, but I need to close with a final words around our code of conduct. This is mostly common sense. Be nice, be respectful, be nice to each other. You can read our code of conduct in the user group and the meetup page. And hey, let's start. It's kind of the beginning. So I will bring back Prasant here. There you are. I will share your screen, Prasant, and welcome, my friend. It's all yours. You are on mute, just in case. And when you give me the heads up, it's all yours, okay?
All right, thank you. Thank you, Bruno. And thank you, Ehsan, and rest of the organizers for organizing this conference and also giving me the opportunity to speak. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on your time zone. So title of this talk is Building Intelligent Enterprise-Grade Helpdesk Bots Using Conversational AI. Who am I? My name is Prashantji Bhoyer. I was born and raised in India. I came to United States in 2007 for studies. I graduated from University of Maryland, College Park. I co-authored a book, PowerShell for Office 365. I also acted as a technical reviewer for the book Pro SharePoint 2013 Administration. I am from Washington, D.C. area, and pre-COVID-19 pandemic, we used to organize a lot of in-person community conferences that included global AI boot camps as well. But ever since the pandemic has started, we have converted all our conferences and user group meetings to virtual only. So that means you can join us from anywhere in the world. So we typically post the latest and greatest information about upcoming conferences on AzureCloudEvents.com. And you can also find information about the user group meetings on meetup.com as well. I am recipient of Antarctic Service Medal, and I got this award from US government for the work I did in Antarctic continent back in 2008. And since 2017, I am recipient of Microsoft MVP Award. Now, those of you who are not familiar with this award, I don't work for Microsoft. It's just the additional recognition that Microsoft gives out to the folk who does technical contributions. These technical contributions can be in the form of contributing to the open source projects, writing blog posts, creating training content, providing direct feedback to the Microsoft product group, answering people's questions on various public forum, and creating video content and posting them for free on various streaming services. And typically, this award is valid for 1 year. And after 1 year, if your contributions are good enough, then Microsoft will give this award for additional 1 year, and the cycle continues. So for first couple of years, I was an MVP in Office 365 apps and services, especially SharePoint. And since 2019, I changed my category to AI. And right now, I work as cloud solution architect at Applied Information Sciences, where uh, I focus on intelligent business process automation, where I use variety of the products and services in Microsoft ecosystem, such as Azure AI, bots, Microsoft Power Platform, Microsoft 65 Teams, and core Azure services as well. And I work at AIS Reston, Virginia headquarter office, which is very near to the Washington DC. AIS is providing services in Microsoft ecosystem from last 40 years, and AIS has been recipient of Microsoft Partner of the Year award on multiple occasions. AIS is growing, and we have lots and lots of opportunities, open positions in USA, Canada, UK offices. So if you or anyone in your network is looking for a change and you are located in either USA, Canada, or UK, then just go to the AIS careers.ais.com, find the open position, and if you like any of the open position, you can just apply there, or you can also connect with me on LinkedIn, or you can just directly email me, and we can also chat about that. So this is going to be the agenda of this talk, why we need to spend time in implementing bots in the enterprise space. Then we will spend some time talking about Microsoft Bot Framework. We'll also talk about Power Virtual Agent, Dataverse for Teams, Azure Bot Service, how to get started with all this stuff, what are Microsoft Cognitive Services. We'll have demos, key takeaways, and Q&A. Since we are using streaming services here, so make sure, like, if you have any a question, feel free to post those questions in the chat window. And we have Bruno here and Asan, and also I'll be monitoring the chat window as and when I get some time in the session. So I always have this particular slide in my talks, and it doesn't matter what kind of topic I'm covering. Always remember, like, the technology or tool we use doesn't matter. What we are doing with it and what kind of problem we are solving matters a lot. Now, before we start talking about bots, it's really, really important for us to understand where we are in our AI journey as a humanity. Because a lot of times, whenever you're thinking about launching any AI initiative, people expect that that particular AI app or application will work as intelligent as a typical a normal human being, but that's not the case. So AI is, this is the basic definition I got about AI. It's an effort to automate intellectual tasks normally performed by humans. Now, we can categorize AI into three broader categories. Now, when I started exploring AI back in the day, the first thing that used to come into my mind is the Skynet from the Terminator movie, or the fancy aliens in the Avengers series. So that is part of the strong AI, where machines are so powerful, they can explore other planets, they can destroy other planets, they can invade other planets. Strong AI right now exists only in science fiction movies and novels. Then there is a second category called artificial general intelligence, where machines are very, very smart. They can perform really complicated tasks, which are kind of difficult for an average human being. One of the examples I can give you here is, if you have seen Marvel Comics franchise called Iron Man, there is a main character called Tony Stark, and Tony has his personal assistant called Jarvis. Now, Jarvis is very, very intelligent. Jarvis falls under AGI. Again, AGI right now exists in sci-fi movies and novels. Where we are right now is we are at VKI, where we have specialized services for specialized tasks. Now, one of the services that you're seeing on the screen is I'm using an out-of-the-box feature available in Microsoft PowerPoint, which is translating my speech real time into English. However, I can just change the language here, and since we are talking in a Canadian event, let me go ahead and select the French. And if anyone in the audience speak French, just let me know if the subtitles that are getting displayed are actually are matching like at least 85 to 95% with accuracy. So the point is, whatever AI implementation you're planning to launch, just understand that where we as a humanity is in our AI journey, and just set the clear expectation, not only with the users but also with the sponsors. That okay, whatever AI initiative we are going to launch, it is not going to be as intelligent as a typical normal human being. There will be a lot of limitations with that initiative. Yes, it will be useful, but it will not be, let's say, a per se 100% replacement of an actual human being. And we as a humanity is working hard from going from weak AI to AGI and from AGI to strong AI. And the biggest bottleneck we have right now is the processing power. The more processing power we'll have, the journey from weak AI to AGI will be sooner than later. This is uh, a mission statement from Microsoft. They would like to make data science and AI accessible to everyone. And it doesn't matter where you're located, what kind of device you're using, and what your role is. And some of the services that are coming from Microsoft quite align really well with this mission statement. Now, if you're totally new to the AI services in Microsoft ecosystem, the core AI services are part of Azure AI in Microsoft ecosystem, where under scenario-based services, we have bot service, cognitive search, form recognizer, video analyzer, metrics advisor, immersive reader. Under customizable AI models or cognitive services, we have vision, speech, language, decision, and open AI. And if you would like to build customized machine learning model, then Azure Machine Learning is for you. Now, as I mentioned, Azure AI is the core services. Also, Azure AI is the first party service. What does that mean is not only we can use it, but internally Microsoft, a lot of other product groups are also using Azure AI services to launch their own AI offering. For example, in the next slide, if you are familiar with Microsoft Power Platform, then inside that we have Power Virtual Agent, and we also have AI Builder, which uses AI services behind the scene. Under Microsoft 365, we have some AI offerings around SharePoint Syntax. So behind the scene, SharePoint Syntax, Power Virtual Agent, AI Builder, they all use core Azure AI services that we also have access to. If you are totally new to your AI journey in Microsoft ecosystem, these are some of the links that can help you to get quickly started. And there are a lot of good tutorial available on these sites. Most of them are free. Now, I had this question back in the day when I started exploring a lot of services in Microsoft AI ecosystem. I was totally new. I didn't know where to start. And if you are in the same boat like me, this flowchart may help you. It is like when to use what. If you would like to build your own machine learning model, if you are a data scientist or you are aspiring data scientist and you would like to get your hands dirty with machine learning, then Azure Machine Learning and corresponding tool chain is for you. If you are like me, who's more interested in consuming the pre-built models where you don't want to understand the insights of machine learning data science, but you still would like to infuse AI in your application, then cognitive services, applied AI, and bots are for you. Now let's talk about why we had to spend time introducing bots in the enterprise space. Like what kind of a solution we can build using that. So bots provides us more natural human-computer interaction, and bot can also help us automate repetitive tasks and free up the resources. Bots can be available all the time, and depending on what kind of technology you have used to create the bots, bots can be available wherever you are, and also it can adapt to the user depending on the circumstances. However, the number one use case I see in the enterprises and also in a lot of government agencies where virtual agents or bots are getting immensely popular is with the bots, we can automate a lot of repetitive tasks and free up the resources. Now, we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic right now. It's almost been 2 years. God knows when this pandemic will be over. But if you go back almost 20 months, March 2020, where uh, around the world, most of the organization announced that like you don't need to come into the office and you need to work from home because we want to contain the spread of the pandemic. Remote work was new for lots and lots of companies. Few companies were ready for it, but majority of the companies were not ready for it. And then people has to accommodate their home schedule. Also had their kids at home, and it was kind of mess. But the number one department that has like a really really horrible time during that time was the IT department in most of the organization, because the people who are working in IT department, they not only have to take care of their home stuff as well, but they also have to support their users who may be having difficulty connecting online or getting or navigating their machine or getting their work done. And that's the scenario where a lot of enterprises and government agencies started exploring how we can minimize the burden on our help desk professional, how we can automate some of the repetitive tasks. And that's where a lot of companies started exploring the virtual agents. There are a lot of options available when it comes to launching virtual agents or bots. In this particular talk, we'll be focusing on the option in Microsoft ecosystem. But let's say if you're not a Microsoft shop, if you're a Google shop or IBM shop or AWS shop, those public cloud providers also have similar services in their offerings as well. And there are a lot of third-party offerings also available as well. Bots are also appealing, efficient, easy, and natural. And if its implementation done right, it simplifies the user experience. And if you go with Microsoft stack when it comes to implementing bots, then you can build your bot once, and that bot can get supported across multiple channels. Now, channels in the context of bot is different as compared to channels we have in the context of Microsoft Teams. Channels in the context of bot means I can build a bot, and the same bot I can access on various devices, such as I can use as a web chat, I can use on Microsoft Teams, Facebook, Skype, uh, Slack, Twilio, and the list goes on and on. And bots, our virtual agent, may also help you connect with the young users as well. So we are kind of familiar with bots in our virtual agent in our personal life. Like if you are using Google Home or Alexa, then you are already familiar with the concept of virtual agent or bot, because at the end of the day, both Alexa and Google Home are nothing but a voice-based bot. And let's say if you're not using those devices, and if you call any major financial institutions help desk number or call center number, the chance, such as Bank of America or Citigroup or HSBC Bank, the chances are their first line of defense is always going to be some automated voice-based bot, and that bot will ask you some questions, and depending on your answers, that bot will give you some information, or your call may get routed to the actual human agent. Now, if you are interested in rolling out virtual agents or bot in the enterprise space, then these are the options available to us in the Microsoft ecosystem. Under platform as a service, we have Microsoft Bot Framework, which is an open source SDK, and it is built for custom bot development. It's ideal for developers. Right now, four major languages are supported: C Sharp, Node.js, Java, and Python. However, if you would like to host your bot using Azure Bot Service, then only C Sharp and Node.js is supported. What does that mean is if Java or Python is a language of your choice, and if you use Microsoft Bot Framework to build a bot, then you need to host that bot somewhere else. You cannot use the Azure Bot Service for that. There is another offering available under software as a service called Power Virtual Agent. It is a member of Microsoft Power Platform. It provides us a no-code experience for bot development. Pretty much anyone can build a bot, a sophisticated enterprise-grade bot using Power Virtual Agent. You don't need to know programming. Even if you're a developer, it's okay. You can customize this bot. Even if you're a power user or business user, still you can use this product and build a really intelligent bots. And behind the scene, as I mentioned, most of the AI services in Microsoft or in Azure AI are first-party service. So behind the scene, Power Virtual Agent also uses Microsoft Bot Framework and other underlying AI services. But you, as a creator of the bot, doesn't have to worry about that at all, because all the things will happen in the backend. And you can go to this link to find more information about that. There is another open source tool available, which we can use both with Microsoft Bot Framework as well as with Power Virtual Agent, where we can use to have a low code experience in terms of the bot development. Now, we are not going to cover Composer in detail in this talk, but highly recommend to check out this product, because Using Composer, you can write bots not only for Power Virtual Agent, but you can also use a Microsoft Bot Framework and build a custom bot with custom code as well. There is a new offering from Microsoft and called Dataverse for Teams. And now you may be wondering why I'm talking about Teams in the topic on AI and bots. And there is a reason for it. So Dataverse for Teams is a low-code data platform for Microsoft Teams. It supports to build low-code and no-code apps, flows, and most importantly, chatbots that will work within the Teams client only. And one of the cool thing about this offering is that license for it is already most likely already included in most of the existing team licenses. What does that mean is if my organization using team and that team's license give me access to Dataverse for Teams, then I can create chatbots for free using Power Virtual Agents with only caveat that chatbot will only work inside my Teams client. I cannot access that chatbot outside, let's say on a web page or Skype or other supported channels. And since it's a free offering, it will have some limitations, but it's a really good way to get started with Power Virtual Agents in your organization, especially if you don't want to sign up for the standalone version, which is a paid version. So there is a really good integration story available when it comes to these two offerings. If you write custom bot using Microsoft Bot Framework, let's say you have a Fusion team where a few developers use Bot Framework to build custom bots, a few power users or citizen developers use Power Virtual Agents to build custom bots. Those bots can interact with each other using something called bot framework skills. That means you can really have a Fusion team where some people are taking care of a specific scenario, pro devs are taking care of specific scenario, and there is still a really good integration story available between multiple bots. So we are not going to spend a lot of time on Power Virtual Agent. The majority of the time we'll be spending on the other option, but it's a really good tool. Power Virtual Agent is part of Microsoft Power Platform, and Microsoft Power Platform is a low-code platform that spans across Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, Azure, and standalone application. And using Power Virtual Agent, we can build intelligent virtual agent. Everything is based on the drag and drop principle, and it has a really good integration with other Microsoft Power Platform products like Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. And it is hosted on the top of Azure Bot Service, and behind the scene, it's using all the AI services that are available in Azure AI Stack. Now, since it has a really good integration with Microsoft Power Platform, Power Automate is a product we use to build intelligent automation. And Power Automate has more than 300 connectors. Now, those connectors spans across multiple Microsoft services, but also some third-party services, and you can also build your own custom connector as well. That means without writing a single line of code, I can have a virtual agent which can integrate with, which can talk with, let's say, a ServiceNow, which can talk with AWS, which can talk with Google Drive, or it can talk with Salesforce, and everything is happen with a drag and drop happen with low code, no code tech. And all you'll be doing is you'll be using some offerings under Microsoft Power Platform for that. And as I mentioned, behind the scene, this Power Virtual Agent is using Microsoft Bot Framework, and it also uses the various Azure AI services such as cognitive services. However, you as a creator of the bot doesn't have to worry about that part. All you have to do is go to the Power Virtual Agent designer, as you can see on the screen, and start implementing your business logic. I highly recommend to check this tool out, especially if you're totally new to bots in Microsoft ecosystem. This may be the product you want to try out first, just to get a hang of it, how exactly the bot development goes, and what kind of features you can add into the bots, how you can deploy it to the multiple channels, and how the experience is with the bots. Data was for team. Pretty much everything is pretty much the same. Only caveat is entire thing will be doing like the development of the bot and the way you will interact with the bot will be in the Microsoft Teams client. That means if I build this bot using Dataverse for Teams, I cannot access this bot outside of the Teams client. That means I cannot access on a SharePoint page or on a web page or on Slack or on Twilio and other supported channels. Now let's talk about Microsoft Bot Framework. So Microsoft Bot Framework is an open source SDK tools that is available to us for the custom bot development. And here you will be using the Bot Builder SDK, and you will be adding your bot code. And your bot code then can integrate with other APIs or other line of business system. and your bot will be constantly exchanging messages with the users, depending on whatever channel they are interacting with your bot. Now, number one thing you have to keep in mind is, out of the box, if I build a empty, like a hello world bot, that bot will not be an intelligent bot. To add intelligence to it, I had to integrate that bot with like some AI services. Again, the recommended option is use Microsoft Cognitive Services. However, if you don't want to use Microsoft Cognitive Services, if you would like to build your own machine learning models and you would like to use that, that's also an option. If you don't want to use Microsoft AI stack, if you would like to use the AI services from Google or AWS or IBM or some other vendor, that's also possible. However, you need to do some more work to get that integration going. And if I had to oversimplify a bot, so a bot is nothing but a website with a different kind of user interface. So if you have built a bot in your professional life, sorry, if you have built a website in your professional life, then you kind of pretty much understand what it goes while building a bot. First, you need to find a host where your bot will be located, and then you have to have a web server running over there, and also then you had to then add your custom code and logic over there. So these are major supported channels available when it comes to the Microsoft Bot Framework, and the list keeps on increasing. So I highly recommend to check the Microsoft documentation on the latest and greatest list on the supported other channels. Now, in the previous slide, I mentioned that bot is nothing but a website with different kind of user interface. Then that brings us to the question is, then if I'm using Microsoft Bot Framework, then where can I host those bots, right? What's the host I can be using? So Azure Bot Service is recommended because you will get a lot of really good integration with other Azure services and other Microsoft AI services. However, let's say if you're not a Microsoft shop, or for some proprietary reason you cannot use any of the public cloud, you can host your bot in VMs as well. Of course, you have to do some preparatory work to make sure that VM is capable of handling the bot. You have to install some additional tools for that and some additional configuration things that you have to do. And that VM can be in Azure or any other public cloud. You can also even host on your on-premise server as well. So I have seen some implementations where the clients didn't want to use any of the public cloud. So we had to co-locate the bot in their existing on-premise implementations. So this is a typical life cycle you will be following when it comes to building the bots. The majority of the time you'll be spending is in the planning phase and in the evaluate phase. So in the planning phase, you will be basically visualizing or designing the user experience, like what kind of information that you would like to show the user, and depending on user's question, what kind of additional info you would like to show, and what kind of questions you would like to ask to the user. Once you have that ready, then you'll use Bot Builder SDK, and to add intelligence to your bot, you'll be using Cognitive Services. There are a lot of templates available that can help you to get started. And then you'll be testing the bot locally on your machine by using a product called Bot Framework Emulator. Bot Framework Emulator is an open source and cross-platform tool that you can use to test bot locally on your machine. And also you can use Application Insight to add telemetry information to your bot. Now again, Application Insight is recommended. However, if you are not, if you want to use your own proprietary service, that's also fine. Then you will be publishing your bot to either Azure or your own web host, and then you will be connecting your bot to various channels. And then this is the last phase where you'll be spending majority of the time, where you'll be constantly evaluating the performance of your bot, like how the bot is doing, whether the bot is able to help your users or not, whether the users are just abandoning the interaction with the bot in the middle because they are not seeing the value and the bot is not providing the good information. So those kind of uh, telemetry information you can view using Application Insights or some other proprietary services, and depending on those analytics, then you can tweak the bot, and then the cycle continues. Now, if you would like to create a custom bot using Microsoft Bot Framework, these are my personal thought in terms of your workflow, how you can go about it. So if you are going to host your bot in Azure Bot Service, then my recommendation is you start with Azure Portal, you create and deploy the bot, your bot there first. and then you download the source code on your machine and then start implementing the customization. Because if you use this route, then you will be having a working bot with hello world kind of scenario, but at least you don't have to fight the battles with the infrastructure. I have seen a lot of implementation where a lot of teams started developing bots locally on their machine. They added like a bunch of business logic, and when it comes to deploying that to Azure, in the Azure bot service, a lot of settings, they didn't have access, the required access, or they had to work with some other teams from other organization, and it caused a lot of delay. So using this option, if any kind of issue that you may be facing during deployment, you will be addressing that upfront. And you will at least have a working bot in the beginning, and then later on you'll be just adding your business logic, and then once your business logic is ready, you'll be pushing those changes into the Azure portal. If you're not going to use Azure bot service, then only option available to you is start locally on your machine and implement the customization and then deploy it to the VMs. Now, to add intelligence to your bot, you have to integrate your bot with the AI services. Cognitive services are the recommended services in Microsoft ecosystem. Cognitive services are pre-trained AI models that are available to us as a REST-based API. And all we need is the endpoint, the URL of our service, the subscription key, and then we can use that with any application of or any language or any tool of our choice, as long as that application, language, or tool allows us to consume REST-based API. What does that mean is I can use cognitive services along with .NET, Java, Python, Go, Node.js. I can even use that with RPA tools such as WinAutomate, UiPath, or Blue Prism, because those tools allows us to consume REST-based API from their tools. And not many people know, but Microsoft Research is doing phenomenal job in the research and development in the AI and machine learning. And some of the machine learning models that these pre-trained services use are actually product of Microsoft Research Group. You'll be seeing tons of documentation on it on Microsoft site, on github.com, and also on docs.microsoft.com. And if you have any question, you can always ask those questions on the Stack Overflow, and Microsoft is paying people to monitor the questions and provide you the answer. So there are a lot of services available within cognitive services or Microsoft Applied AI services, but these are the 7 core services that you will be using a lot in the context of bot development. The language understanding service, Azure Search, Q&A Maker, Ping Switch API, speaker recognition API, translator, and custom speech service. With that, let's go to the demo section of this talk. So what I'll be doing next is I will be going to my browser, and if you are using multiple screens, you can follow the steps along with me as well. Just open the browser, just search for Microsoft Cognitive Services, and this is the link that we are looking for, Cognitive Services AI for Developers. And if you scroll down on this particular page, here you will be seeing the listing of all available cognitive services to us. By default, the speech is selected. Under speech, we have speech to text, text to speech, speech translation, speaker recognition. If I click on language, I have entity recognition, sentiment analysis, question answering, conversational language understanding. Under vision, I have computer vision, custom vision, face API. Under decision, I have anomaly detector, content moderator, and personalizer. And if I click on any of the service, then this particular page will give me the answer, what particular problem this service is trying to solve. I can just scroll down, and some services have some demos. Some services have information about like how to get started, what are some of the companies which are using these services, some pricing information, and also I will be seeing some sample code and other stuff as well. However, number one thing you have to keep in mind is all these services are part of Azure. And to use these services, you will need an Azure subscription. So one of the services that I'll be showing you real quick today is the Q&A Maker service. The reason I selected that over the others is because you can have a working bot within 20 minutes that can solve real issues or real challenge, real problems in the enterprise space. So for that, let's search Google or Bing for Microsoft Q&A Maker. And the link that we are looking for is qnamaker.ai. And here, all you need to do is once you open this page, go on to the top left of the screen and click sign in. And then sign in with your account. You can sign up for this service for free. And the way this service work is we can create a knowledge base and we can access that knowledge base of the frequently asked question via different ways. One of the ways is we can integrate that knowledge base within a bot, or I can also access this knowledge base outside of the bot. Because at the end of the day, it is a community service, and most of the community services are available to us as a REST-based API. So here, the step one is we had to create a service. So I just clicked on this particular button called Create a Q&A Maker Service, and that has launched the Azure portal. So I need to sign in, and I just need to provide some bunch of configuration information to create this service. So make sure you select the appropriate subscription, then appropriate the resource group, and then just provide a name. So let's call it as Global AI Bootcamp 2022 and Toronto. And then select the pricing tier. So most of these services comes with the free tier, like F0. I highly recommend to go with that instead of the paid version. However, all these free tiers come with one caveat. You can use that once per subscription. So if you have already used that, then I cannot use that anymore. For example, in this case, I have already used this subscription for another a service. So I'll be going ahead with the S0. And then Azure Search Location, same thing. It has a free tier. And then specify the location. Make sure all the assets that you're creating are in the same geographical location, and that geographical location should be closer to your user base. And so everything looks good. I'm just going to click review and create, and then click on create. If everything is good, then this particular service should get created within a few minutes. Looks like there is a problem. Looks like I have already used. Let me go back. I have already. Let me start from the beginning. Looks like I already used the free tier, so I just had to go and select that to the paid tier for the search as well. Right, let's select the appropriate subscription here. Resource group, Global AI Bootcamp 2022, Toronto. And pricing tier is S0. For the Azure search as well, I will be going with basic B. But in case if you haven't used F0 free tier, go with the free tier. And then location east to west, the location east to west, and then click review and create. And we should have a working service in a matter of 30 to 60 seconds. And once this service is deployed, then we'll go back to the Q&A Maker portal and start implementing some additional changes in it. So while this is happening, this is a really good time to get to answer any questions. Looks like we have some comments, but not a question so far. All right. All right, the deployment is in progress now. It should be done fairly quickly. And once that's happened, then we'll be going back to our previous tab and start configuring the knowledge base in our Q&A Maker service. All right, it looks like the deployment is done. So I'll be going back to my previous tab here. And in the step 2, I'll be just click refresh. And once the refresh is done, then make sure you're selecting the correct Microsoft Azure directory ID. If you're not sure which directory ID you have to select, just go to your page where you have created your Q&A Maker service. Just go to the home, go to the Azure Active Directory, and you should make sure that the name here should match the name that is displayed here. If it's not, then just go and click select tenant and select another directory ID where you have created the Q&A Maker service. Then select the subscription and then select the name of the service. And sometimes it may take like maybe 30 to 60 seconds for the service to be ready because even though it says the deployment is completed on the Azure portal, it's still doing some work in the backend. So let's try this one more time. Okay, one more time. Otherwise, I have already created another service that we can just use for this demo. Okay, one more time, and then will be okay. Subscription name is correct. Q&A maker service is Toronto. Okay, looks like this time it has done everything that it was supposed to be doing in the backend. And now we have to select the language. And if you can see, the languages are categorized into two parts. One is chit chat and extraction available, and only extraction available. The major difference between these two options is if I go with the top, which is chit chat and extraction available, depending on what persona we select for this knowledge base, Microsoft will add some predefined question answers that will match to the persona that we have selected. So let's go ahead with English here, and let's create a knowledge base. So since we are going through the COVID-19 pandemic, I would like to create a knowledge base which or frequently asked. I would like to capture the frequently asked questions about COVID-19 pandemic, and then generate a knowledge base from it. So let's go. Let's call this knowledge base as Global AI Bootcamp Toronto 2022 COVID-19. And then this is the most important step, like how we will be populating this knowledge base. So you have multiple options. You can upload files from your machine, and those files should be in any of this format, like .tsv, PDF, docs, or Excel. Or you can also, if you have information handy in a publicly available pages, you can also provide the URLs of the pages as well. So in this case, I'll be using this particular FAQs from the US government site where they have frequently asked questions about COVID-19 pandemic. So let's go here and provide the URL. And here you can add multiple URLs as well, or you can also add machine files from your own on desktop or machine. And then this is where you will be selecting the persona. So I'll be going with witty. But depending on your audience, you can go with non-professional, friendly, caring, and enthusiastic. And the last step is just click on button, create your knowledge base. And this should take maybe 30 to 60 seconds, depending on how much content we have on this page to create the knowledge base. Okay, right now it's going through this, and right now I have my son with me in my room, and you may be hearing some background chatters. He just humming some songs. All right, looks like the knowledge base is created, and you will be seeing here on this page like all the question answers that were located on this page, where this service was able to scan that and provide that information in the form of question answers. Now here I can modify these questions. I can update the answers, and when it comes to updating the answers, you can see I can insert emojis, I can insert images, I can insert hyperlink, and I can also format this text as well. I can also add alternate phrasing. And I can also add a new Q&A pair as well by just clicking on this button. Now, the next thing I'll be doing is clicking save and train. So this is what we are doing is now whatever the question answer pair is, we are sending that to the service to train in the backend. And we can use this button on the top right to test this knowledge base right in the same screen as well. So if I type what is COVID, and if the service is working as expected, then I should get a response back, and this response should matches the question answer pair that we have. Now, if you like what you saw, the next thing we'll be doing is clicking on and publishing this. And the publish operation should take maybe 20 to 30 seconds. And once everything is published, then we will get the access to the endpoint URL of this particular Q&A maker service that we can use. And then we have multiple options here. So on this page, you can see we can create a bot which will be directly integrating with this service in the backend. Or if I don't want to create a bot, if I have a custom .NET application, or I have a custom Angular application where I would like to use this service, or a Power Apps application, I can use that. And this is the way I had to make the API calls. And I can also use Postman to make the call. I can also use a call for that as well. So let's go ahead and quickly show you how to make this call using the Postman. So if you are new to Postman, Postman is a tool we can use for the API testing. And this is going to be the host of our uh, service. Let me replace that and also add the additional section with the unique identifier for the knowledge base. And then in the header section, I had to provide the content type, which is application JSON, and also had to provide authorization with the key for your Q&A maker service. Now, make sure you're not sharing this key with anyone because if I know your key, then I can make calls on your behalf and you have to pay for my usage. And since we are streaming this, I will make sure I will delete this service after the talk. And then we have in the body of the request, we had to specify a question in this particular format. So if I go back and if I go to the body and let's specify the question, what is COVID-19? And now I'll be clicking send. And if everything is working right, then I should get a response back from the service in the body section here. So the point I'm trying to make here is using this service, you don't have to explicitly create a bot. You can also integrate this service with other applications like a .NET application, Angular application, or a Power App, and still use this service to provide that information. But in our case, we would like to quickly create a bot. So I'll be clicking on this button, and this should launch the Azure portal. And in this portal, we'll be quickly creating the bot. A lot of things will be already added for us, and the Azure portal has used the information from the Q&A maker service that came with the bot handle for us, the subscription, the location, the pricing tier. We can go with free or S1. You can use free tier only once. So if you already used that, then you had the only option is S1. Then this is going to be your app name. Remember in the middle section of the talk, I mentioned a bot is nothing but a website with different kind of user interface. So this particular option will give you that information right away, where the URL of your bot is going to be this particular app name.azurewebsite.net. And then we have to select these two options, either C# or Node.js. And we cannot select Java and Python because we are going to deploy this bot to Azure Bot Service. And then provide authentication key for the Q&A service, the app service for it. And then just let's click create. Now this operation will take maybe 60 to 90 seconds, and our bot will be ready, and we should be able to test our bots directly in the Azure portal. Now, while this is happening, let me quickly check if there are any questions. I see some important links or helpful links posted by Bruno. So thank you very much, Bruno, for that. All right, it's almost done. And once the deployment is done, we'll be just going to the page where the bot is. And looks like the deployment is done. Let's go to the resource. So this is the page. This is the bot we have deployed. And I can quickly click on the settings and in the bot profile. And here I can specify the icon for my bot, and I can also specify the update the display name and also the description. And if you would like to test the bot in the Azure portal itself, I can just click on this button, test in web chat. Let's type hello. If everything is working well, then we should be able to get the answer back from our knowledge base. Looks like the bot is working as expected. Now let's click on the channels in the left-hand navigation. So by default, whenever you deploy a bot, that bot is already available on a web chat. And if you scroll down, these are our list of available channels we have, like Alexa, direct line speech, direct line, email, Facebook, GroupMe, Kik, Line, Microsoft Teams, Omnichannel, Outlook, Skype, Slack, Telegram, Telephony, and Twilio. Let's go ahead and select and make this bot available on Microsoft Teams. So all I have to do is just click some buttons, accept to the terms of services, and voila, our bot is now ready. So if I go back to the channels now, I should be able to interact with this bot in the Microsoft Teams client. So for that, let me go to my Microsoft Teams UI here. And here I should be able to interact with this bot. And if everything is working right in terms of the backend, then I should be able to interact with this bot via chat. And I should be able to get information from my knowledge base. Right? All right. Looks like I didn't type this correctly. What is COVID-19? And if everything is working right, then I should get a response back. So this was a quick and easy way where we can just deploy the bot to the Microsoft Teams. You may have to do some additional work with the rest of the channels. Some channels you just had like matter of just clicking some buttons. However, you don't have to do any changes in the bot's implementation at all. Mostly it's just doing some configuration changes. Now, so far we haven't written a single line of code, right? All we think is we just did some bunch of configuration using the Q&A Maker portal and Azure portal. Now, what if I would like to take this bot further and do some changes in it? So for that, go to the overview page, and here you have a button called for the download bot source code. So just click on this, and this should generate the source code of your bot. And depending on what language you have selected, whether C# or Node.js, then you have to use a corresponding IDE to open this particular project, and then you can start making changes in it. Okay, let me go back. Looks like the source code is ready, so let's quickly download it. And in the interest of time, I have already opened this source code here. So let me quickly show you that. Let me quickly go ahead and build that. But now I will have the complete source code that Azure portal has used to deploy this bot. And I have the access to this source code, including all the keys, and I can then start making changes in this bot and add some additional business logic in it. I know we are coming close, so let me quickly cover a few things that I really wanted to cover in the slide deck, and then I will address the question that I see in the chat window. So these are some of the practical applications we can do. The number one is you can build in-house help desk, and I have seen a lot of sophisticated implementation of that in a lot of organizations. However, we talk about two options here to create bots in Microsoft ecosystem: Power Virtual Agent and Microsoft Bot Framework. This is my personal thoughts in terms of like how these two options stack each other in terms of the access, in terms of the easiness of use, and also the pricing. So Power Virtual Agents, if you go with that, it's really easy to create bot. A lot of things comes really easy. A lot of inbuilt features are there, for example, analytics as well. However, since it's a SaaS offering, it is a little bit expensive to begin with. There is a free version available as part of Dataverse for Teams, but just like with any free version, it will come with some kind of limitations. Bot framework, since it's going to be an additional SDK or tools you had to learn, there will be some steep learning curve. You need to have developers in the team to use bot framework, and out of the box, not a single AI service will be integrated with your bot. You have to you have to do that work yourself, and there will be no inbuilt support for analytics. However, if you go with Microsoft Bot Framework, it is a little bit inexpensive to begin with. However, while it comes to factoring the cost, you have to factor the cost for where you are going to host the bot, what are some of the AI services you will be using, whether you are going to use App Insights or not, and you have to calculate the cost, anticipated cost of that, and then you can find out like how much exactly that cost will be. However, that cost will be still roughly cheaper as compared to the full-blown license for the Power Virtual Agent. This is how these two products stack against each other on variety of the categories, like in terms of licensing, the power user friendly, developer friendly governance, all of the stuff. Both the products are good, and they also have their own use cases. Now, these are some of the lessons learned that I would like to share with you that we have learned over the years while implementing bots, especially in the enterprise space. Like try to use as many AI services as possible, because the idea is to mimic the actual conversation the user will be having with a help desk professional. Set a clear cut expectation related to the AI, and you should be setting that not only with your users, but the sponsor of this initiative as well. Start slow. Bot development is fairly new, so instead of addressing a really big issue, maybe you start with the one simple scenario that you would like to address. Roll that out first and see the feedback from your users, and also you will learn a lot during that first launch, and then slowly you can start adding some additional features or additional scenarios in it. Analytics is really really important for continuous improvement. Use telemetry as much as possible, and your bot will never be able to handle everything by himself. Like, there will always be a scenario where you will need to transfer the control to the actual human agent. Now, while it comes to transferring the control to the actual human agent, there are multiple options available to us. Uh, you can either use Azure Communication Services that can help you to have directly a voice call from your bot, or you can use Dynamics Omnichannel, or you can also use third-party products as well. But let's say you don't want to use that because maybe those products are not available, or those products are a little bit expensive for your budget. You can use a simple send an email to the IT help desk, or create a ticket on the behalf of user in your ticketing system. Those kind of things you can do for those scenarios as well. uh, and also you should be using the fusion of tools and scales, because I have seen a more success you will have in the bot implementation if you have a fusion team where some are pro devs and some are low code or citizen developers. Because remember, what kind of tools or technology we are using doesn't matter. What kind of problem we are solving matters a lot. So that brings up the question: which one shall we use when it comes to building the new virtual agents or bots in the Microsoft ecosystem? Again, this is my recommendation. Your recommendation may vary. I always recommend start with Power Virtual Agent. The reason is it's a SaaS offering, and that's where majority of the industries are going. If you ask any CTOs or CIOs, they prefer SaaS offerings over PaaS or IaaS offerings. For some reason, for some reason, because of the price or some other reasons, you cannot use Power Virtual Agent. Then the only option available to you is Microsoft Bot Framework. Then go if you are using Microsoft Bot Framework, try to host your bot using Azure Bot Service. If that's not the option, then go with VMs in other public cloud or in your on-premise server. So let's go back to the question that we had in the chat. Is, can you share information about prices of complete scenario? So Bruno, it's going to be a little bit difficult to answer that question. My recommendation is open up the Azure pricing calculator and just anticipate the cost for the app. So these are the things that you need to consider if you're hosting the bot using Azure Bot Service. One is the cost for your app service, the cost for your application insight, and the cost for your any of the AI service and everything. And when it comes to the cost for AI services and application insight, it all depends on how many the usage of your bot, like how many users are interacting with it, how many AI services consumed in the backend. So you can just quick to do a rough guess. However, in my experience, that total price still is a little bit cheaper as compared to the full-blown version or standalone version of Power Virtual Agent. In case you would like to get your hands dirty with Power Virtual Agent, and if you don't have access, this is a really good program available from Microsoft called Microsoft 365 Developer Program, where all you have to do is you have to go to this particular link, sign up for this program, and you will get a personal Microsoft 365 tenant with E5 subscription for free. It will come with 25 users. You will be a global admin, and that subscription will be valid for 90 days. The subscription will have Outlook, Exchange, it will have Exchange, SharePoint Online, Teams, Power Apps, Power Automate, and also you can sign up for free trial of Power Virtual Agents as well. And this subscription also comes with Dataverse for Teams as well, where you can use Power Virtual Agents to build chatbots within the Teams client. And if Microsoft finds out after 90 days that you are using this tenant for personal training and development, they will automatically increase your trial period for additional 90 days, and they will keep on doing it as long as this program is active and you are not violating any of the licensing terms. To use Azure Bot Service and to use cognitive services, you need to have access to Azure. There are multiple ways to get access to the personal Azure subscription. My favorite one is if you have access to MSDN subscription, just go to your MSDN portal and activate your monthly credits. If you don't have access to MSDN, the only option is then sign up for the free trial. Now, depending on your country, the credit you get varies. There's another program from Microsoft called Azure for Students where you don't need a credit card. However, you will need a valid account from an education institution, and you get some fixed credit depending on the country. So hopefully the contents we covered today made you explore bots and cognitive services, and you'll go home and play with it. If you don't have access to Power Virtual Agent, then this is definitely a good program to check out where you can get some free access. With that, we come to an end. These are my contact details. Feel free to post the question. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any additional questions on email. I'm also available on LinkedIn. And with that, let me see if any additional question it is. Okay. So Marcus is asking the average cost. So uh, I can tell you, like, let's say there are some templates available on the bot builder community, and one of the template is for virtual agent, where it uses a lot of other services in Azure and some cognitive services. For example, it uses the Cosmos DB, it uses Azure App Service, it also uses some other AI services as Louis and other stuff. And if you say the monthly cost for all that is for average usage roughly comes around $400 to $500. Again, when it comes to building your own custom bot, and if you're starting from scratch, it's going to be a little hard to predict your cost. And the only help you'll be getting is from the Azure pricing calculator. But still, it's going to be a lot cheaper depending on your usage. And as with anything, licensing is a really, really complex topic in Microsoft ecosystem. So it's always best to talk with your Microsoft rep. Let's say if you're really interested in using Power Virtual Agent or Microsoft Bot Framework, I highly recommend that you talk with your Microsoft representative, and maybe depending on your size of the organization, Microsoft may be giving you some free credits, or they may be writing off a lot of your Azure consumption costs. Who knows? But uh, never rely on the information you see on their public pricing sites, because that information is just for the references, just to give an idea. But the actual cost, always work with your Microsoft rep and find out like whether you have any discounts you can get as part of your enterprise agreement. Hopefully the content was helpful to you. Thanks for joining us. Stay safe and stay healthy. And as I mentioned, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on email or LinkedIn. With that, we are coming to an end, and I would be stop sharing so we can make room for our next speaker.
Okay, Prasad, thank you very much. And as you mentioned, licensing is super tricky. That's the only topic that I want to avoid all the time, because I am not an expert, and oh my god, it gets complicated.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you very much for joining here. I have Asish in the back. Let me add him to the stream. And Asish, whenever you are ready, if you want to share your screen, your camera, anything, we can start. Thanks, Prasad. Goodbye.
Sure. Thank you, Bruno. And I'm going to share my screen. Let me know when you can see my screen. Okay.
There it is. I will hide myself, and it's going to be all yours, okay?
Perfect. So
Thank you very much.
everybody.
All yours.
Thanks, Bruno. Thank you, everybody, for joining today and Global AI Bootcamp. I'm Ashish Rana. I'm going to present to you today on how you can improve your performance with AI in Dynamics 365, and what are the core couple of application we have functionality given by Microsoft. And we'll understand, and if possible, if time permits, I'm going to give a quick demo on these three applications, on the focusing on the AI features we have right now. So let me introduce myself. Oops, yeah. So Ashish Rana, as I mentioned, I'm working as a lead solution architect and a pre-sales architect. At the same time, I'm also a Microsoft Business Application MVP. I right now at this point of time, I'm going to I organize a lot of communities based in Toronto and a couple of other places in Dynamics 365 UG and with Microsoft. Quite a good experience on Dynamics 365, and very famous on the CE expert side, because my all the experience around in the customer engagement, which is a Dynamics 365 CRM under the name application side. I have no experience on the Azure, but yeah, work on different applications connected to the CE and CRM side of it. So let's understand the couple of ecosystem before we deep dive into the Dynamic 365 application. As we know, there is some of the Microsoft is investing heavily on the insights and AI side of things, so we can improve our performance actually, not only sales side but provide better customer service to our customers. So we have something called Dynamic 365 Sales Insight, which is the inbuilt tool inside Dynamic 365 Sales application. And obviously licensing, as I mentioned by a couple of other folks, it's sometimes complex, but at the same time, these feature, most of the insights are coming as an add-on feature to the core application. So then we have something called Market Insights, which is also an embed feature in Dynamic 365 Marketing app. We have Customer Service Insights. That's not as something, it's like some part of this solution is embedded inside the Dynamic 365 Customer Service. But at the same time, we have a separate portal, something like very similar to Customer Insight, which provides a separate access, and you can create your own insights related to your customer on the personalization side, on the engagement and audience side of the insights. Then we have something called Dynamic 365 Virtual Agent for customer service. Virtual agent, it's a quite a big broad topic actually, because you can create your own bot and different things. But here, the focus is on the customer service side, how you can connect a virtual agent to provide a customer service experience for your customer, like more of a contact center scenarios actually. And then we have a fraud protection, Dynamic 365 fraud protection, which also provides an inbuilt AI feature to improve our protection and provide a security layer in our business applications. And at the right side, we have AI Builder. These are the platform which come under Power Platform and the Azure Cognitive and Machine Learning services. So you can, using those services, you can create your own bot and different things. And I'm going to give a quick deep dive into on these features available in the Azure platform. So before we deep dive in any of these features, let's select our focus area. So today's focus area will be only on the business application side. What is the insights feature we have in the sales, market insight, and the customer service insights? Okay. So before we deep dive into our focused area, let's understand I'm pretty sure like many of great people like already covered, and they're going to cover in Azure cognitive services AI part, but just want to put some sort of a background actually. So these are the tools actually which require developer code, so you can integrate handle complex business problem. So you can build your own AI services using and create your own services like for decision making, for language processing, for speech, vision, or web search recognition. So these are the some of the core features services we have. So you can build your own intelligent app using this feature. So you can use some of the components given on the cognitive services and create your own application or embed this feature inside your application, which is connected to the Azure. So let's understand a couple of other sales scenarios. So relationship, as I mentioned, our first focus area will be sales, Dynamic 365 sales insights. So as we know, relationship is one of the winning feature in sales actually. Like when it comes to early days, if you're able to sell more when it comes to building a relationship. So earlier actually, more on the like we have less relationship building and the more productivity, those are more of a transactional, those are the volume game actually when it comes to business actually. But when it comes to in our consulting businesses, it's more of a relationship. We are on the we are on the lower productivity side, but at the same time we are on the higher relationship building actually. So as a couple of figures given here, 18% sales advisor consider as a trusted sources because based on the relationship building transaction they are doing. So that's why Microsoft Sales Insights very much focus on the relationship insights, relationship building. So that's one of the reason LinkedIn and your sales AI couple of features are connected and giving you so you can build a greater relationship with your customers. So why exactly we need those information and how we can understand and improve our performance in our team actually using the AI built-in feature. So right now we have a couple of distances. This slide, I'm telling you from many years I'm using this, and still there are thousands of companies out there which still are using the Excel and disconnected system. They have systems actually, but are not talking to each other. So we have, let's say, take an example, we have CRM, we have social network, and we have the productivity tool. So the root cause of all the problem is basically is a disparate system that a seller might be using actually. So your system are not talking to each other, and your crucial data about the relationship accounts and everything reside in a separate system actually. Like you have information about a client in the CRM system, social media like LinkedIn side. You don't to understand more about the client life, not exactly on personal but the professional side, news about the business company and all. It's not connected. And then something like a productivity tool, which is like email engine. So those are, because of system are not connected, it's impossible to drive a meaningful data and insight from, so you can take an action and build a better relationship to the customer. So with bringing everything actually together, something like unified relationship data, so you can organize actually not only harness the data to get insight, but they can actually really drive a true transformation, digital transformation businesses actually. So this way you connect your Dynamic 365 using relationship insights and sales, LinkedIn Sales Navigator, and you connect it to Office 365. So when all the three environments are connected, like all the solution or systems application are connected, so it basically gives a not only a measurable business value, but at the same time using the AI feature on top of it, because the data is coming from various business application. You can simply drive the value. And as starting my session, as I mentioned, we have something called sales insights. So insights actually run and because it comes with the pre-built AI, it basically really defined a true unified relationship and provides a very specific needs. Now, what exactly AI will do? AI will give us the insights. So insights, so I can improve our prospecting, insights to give me better engagement with my customers, insight to improve my salesperson productivity, and to track their performance. So those are the insights which are not only focusing on your team building, but at the same time, it's focusing on your performance and to how you can improve your business, because that's why we are sitting here running the whole business actually. So it improve your personal life, personal in the sense productivity, to track the performance, to team building exercises, and how to improve an engagement and the prospecting of your businesses actually. Now, what it will do actually, at the same time, it will drive a business value. So what type of business value actually we are getting using Sales Insight type of feature? So we are getting accelerated time to code. So basically we are, as I mentioned, it's not a transactional data. When it comes to relationship building, it takes a lot of time actually to build a relationship with your customer and sell something to them, because we are in the consulting business. So in that case, we have, when it comes to sometime a proposal or coded actually, like creation of a code and having back and forth, it takes really exhausting. So it accelerates those time. So because you already have a relationship with the customer, you can improve those time. And finally, actually, you can exceed the customer expectation and drive the profitability to the business actually. At the same time, it will also give you opportunity to increase lead to opportunity conversion, like number of leads you are going to convert to an opportunity. Because if you see the sales funnel, every funnel stage, 20 to 30% of the customers drop after every stage is in the funnel. So that's why out of 100 customer, if we put in a database, only 2 to 3% is the conversion rate, which is pretty, that's an industry standard, but that's at the same time, that's very low actually. Why? Because we are not focusing on the building of relationship at the same time, correct? So next is we have the increased average deal size. So because we are in a consultative business, actually, we have to focus on the how to cross sell to the customer, not only provide what customers need, at the same time, how we can drive a futuristic framework actually, which is like more focused on the roadmap side. So we can generate a recurring revenue and provide the right customer at the same time, right business value to the customer, increase revenue and per customer. So this way, when it comes to cross sell, these are very much connected points. When it comes to creating a roadmap for the customer, you can not only drive a higher revenue with the customer, but gain a customer loyalty actually at the same time. And then at the last, actually, to improve productivity. So those are some of the points I personally use and implemented for many customers, and I can personally gain an experience on how we can drive a customer value and how much this will impact when it comes to improving their business and performance of their team. Now let's deep dive into a couple of points actually which I mentioned. Let's say sell smarter. It's one of the points. How we can actually improve our sales force automation, are truly empower and engage and sell smarter. Actually, how they can sell more on the relationship side rather just doing a transaction. So at the first screen on the left-hand side, you can see we have something called identify the right buyer. So the sales insights provide you capability on predictive and scoring. So based on the type of industry, the type of data you are having a discussion with your customer, it will drive a number. And this number, the higher the number, the higher you're indicating this, you have more opportunity to close the business for your customer. At the center, we have something called who knows whom. So as I mentioned, the data is coming from LinkedIn and the Office 365 productivity tool. You can simply uh, get something like who knows whom. So let's say you're working on a with a buyer, and a few years back, one of the salesperson connected to that buyer, then system will get the data from organization base, like all the data from Office 365, and found this person XYZ, let's say Ashish, it's connected to buyer John 2 years back. So if I'm working on it, let's say take an example, Elisa here. So Elisa, we can simply understand this person, Ashish is already connected to the person John. So he can introduce to you actually. So this way your chances of having an introduction with a known person is a bit high. So this basically, that's why the name, it's a bit tricky, who knows whom. Like within that organization, we are not talking about anything outside. Everything is coming within that organization, but obviously it will take the data from LinkedIn and the Office 365 at the same time. Then the last is we can track the relationship. So inside Dynamic 365 forms, let's say opportunity lead, they also the data we are doing for many years. But inside that opportunity form, we have something called relationship insights. So this insights is coming based on the conversation you're having, sending an email to the customer with attachment, right? Having a phone call with the customer, and or actually you are connecting or sending messages, running a campaign on LinkedIn actually. So data is coming from all the different sources and giving you insights. How much, let's take an example, how much time you're going to spend with this customer compared to other customers similar deal you closed recently. So it gives you a quick comparison. So are you spending less time or are you spending more time with the customer, right? So this kind of thing you'll get to know to build a relationship with your customer. So you can track a real-time relationship with your customer. And I'm going to cover this in a few minutes in the actual screen, how it looks like. Then next we have something like how we can get the contextual information on the LinkedIn site. So using LinkedIn Sales Navigator, get the seller value actually. So you can embed this Sales Navigator directly to Dynamic 365 and specifically derive how seller are focused on various applications provided inside the Dynamic 365. So this truly empower your seller to bring a strong relationship because they know what's going on with the buyer actually. So technically for in our scenario is Alex. So here when it comes to connected to LinkedIn, you can know about the company. If let's say Alex, who's one of your contact person in the company, he moved to any other organization. So once he changed on LinkedIn profile, system will connect this Alex. Okay, now Alex is not working on the Northwind, he's working on the, let's say Contoso, right? So then immediately his profile will change and you can now connect because you already have a relationship with Alex. You can simply now add another account, let's say Contoso, right? So this way you can track the professional changing of life of a person. At the same time, you can building a relationship and get the data from the LinkedIn actually. So that's the use of Sales Navigator. And not only this, it's a immense opportunities we have at this point of time to connect and create an organizational hierarchy. So that's the right center of the site. You can keep your contacts. So we have so many, like it's a organizational hierarchy, not our hierarchy, but the customer's hierarchy, how it looks like actually, like who is the person, like who's the CEO, how many people are there, who's the boss and all. Because now LinkedIn actually sometime And obviously it's depend on how the person LinkedIn are connected. Not many people are actually provides a lot of information about their company, but it's just based on how the LinkedIn are configured in a personal base. It will drive a business actually. At the right hand side, we have something called that's a view of the LinkedIn actually Sales Navigator, how it looks like in the system. So you can drive and understand, like score a personal point. So when you're running a campaign, you'll see how many people are viewing the form, how many people are doing it, like what's the impression and the rates actually, and the click through rate, and a couple of other insights you'll get on the LinkedIn side. Next, we have the productivity, how we can improve productivity. So you can actually automate some of the streamlined business work. So like scanning of a business card using AI Builder, scanning of it, your text to image to text conversion actually. So you can simply scan an image, which basically you written something on on let's say some workshop or some trade show, and you want to create this connect this data actually which you already captured, and add it to the leads or in the notes. So you simply scan this using phone and use the image to text functionality. It basically connects to in a specific record, so you can suggest in updates, and it basically connect to the right information to your the record you want to connect. We have like as improve productivity and other functions. We have something like dynamic 365 teams integration, which is there from many years, but it's keep improving it. So within that same channel you can connect to dynamic 365, and you can collaborate, update the information within that team. Very similar features we have the Outlook side. So inside dynamic 365, inside Outlook app, you can open dynamic 365 application, and which gives you a quick overview, quick snapshot of a data. It's coming from the Dynamic 365, and its application is opening inside the Outlook. Actually, it's not something just a snapshot. So you can create the data, you can update the data, you can reuse the track regarding and all these quite a good features we have, and send the email back and forth between the system. So this way, if you want to connect, you can manually track an email to Dynamic 365 from your Outlook. But even though this does not mean if I track, then only system will capture my data and drive insights. Any email is coming to your system when you when you go for the consent side, it will track all the data actually. Obviously, it will just track the data on the improve the business scenario. Not it will not display your personal email to Dynamics 365. It will just track the data of what kind of conversation you're having and drive the insights and relationship from the system. Because sometimes people ask actually how exactly my data is protected. Obviously, when it comes to sending an email to Dynamics 365, that this feature you have to use manually. If you want to track, then you can go and track those feature, and there is some security layer which we can discuss later. But at the same time, the data is coming from Office 365 LinkedIn. Those are just for the insight, so it will not give you actual record, but it give you drive a business value actually, like more of a chart and forms, which I'm going to show you in a few minutes. Okay. And then we have how we can accelerate the performance of your team using using Power BI charts inside Dynamic 365, like using Sales Insights to track performance of your sales pipeline and a couple of other features. At the same time, we have something like conversation intelligence, insights. So when you're having a phone call with the customer, or let's say this is one of the feature, like one of the tools were there from many years, but not many customers were using actually. Now with the new feature coming, embedding in dynamic teams and dynamic 365, you can simply drive a phone call from teams, and it will give you a real-time transcript. At the same time, the conversation with saved conversation insights and drive a business value. So now you see a couple of charts and figure here on the center and right side of the screen. It basically, let's say Jeff is as per the screenshot, Jeff is the person who's having a conversation with the customer. So you can once the recording is done, you can drive the transcript and say how many times customer use our product and services. Sorry, our salesperson use product and services. How many times customer use a competitor's product or services or competitor's name. So those kind of, when it comes to driving a business value, you can simply use and analyze the data, what type of conversation your salesperson is having. And so you can use this for training purposes. You can use this for next action actually. So let's say Jeff had a call with John, example. Then John was not happy with the kind of proposal sent by Jeff. Actually, then he was a bit negotiating, but at the same time, couple of times he mentioned some of the competitors' name. So this way, John is looking for other competitor also, so we can actually bit more aggressive on the price, else we'll lose the John as a customer. So this kind of thing. So it will, based on the transcript, it will also drive an insights for you. So what are the next action we need to take after this phone call? So now in Dynamics 365, you cannot not only create a phone call as an activity, you can have a phone call using Teams. It will create a real-time transcript for you. At the same time, what are the next action? It will drive an action on the insights. So that's one of the improved performance of your salespeople. I know we are sharing a lot of amount of data actually in this between, but that's you improve your business and use for the training purposes actually. So as I mentioned, every sales call you can simply drive insights and deliver a proactive coaching to your seller at a high level scale actually. So let me share my screen and see. Okay. So there's a couple of settings actually we have at the same time on the Sales Hub. So we have the application called Sales Hub. That's a sales application. And when you go to Sales Insights, you can simply go get a trial of the sales application and install this Sales Insights trial feature inside your application, inside your app, and which comes with a lot of features actually which you already discussed: email engagement, notes analysis, conversation intelligence. That's what I was talking a few minutes before. We have something called is health insights, talking point, who knows whom. This one of the points I was discussing with you. Lead scoring, opportunity scoring, and insights on the sales accelerator. So let me show you how insights looks like. So if I go to another section of the form of the application, from sales settings, insights to sales, and I open simply an opportunity. It's any type of opportunity record, but because I have the sales insights, couple of features will look a bit different to me. So we have here the opportunity score based on coming on the discussion, like based on the discussion we had with the customer and the data we are putting inside the Dynamic 365 forms. So purchase time frame known, maker decision making identified, hotel industry is a strong industry, purchase process is known, and I can simply see right now it's in the demo data. So that's why you see the score is pretty constant. But when it comes to creation of a record and improving that score to 90, you'll see the proper graph when at one point of time this graph is improving and what are the use of those things actually. So you can see about if it's a new people, and you can see the score, how the score is coming on the last 30 days. So every few hours, the score will improve based on the activity you are generating inside the Dynamic 365. To generate this kind of score, I have to put a lot of data here, because inside, as we know, it's not coming from a few basic records. And here, based on various activity I had with the customer, it creates a relationship. It's a good relationship, bad, or it's declining, and something like this, right? So my relationship with this customer, specifically Carly and Valley Hotels, it's a good relationship I have, and that's a steady actually. It's not declining. So it gives you a couple of scenarios. What are the next interaction? I have not scheduled anything. What was the last interaction? Like it's a few months back, I had sent an introduction email, and after that, I'm pretty silent actually. So this way, you know what's going on inside an opportunity. And now this is the relationship insights to dig deeper more into that data actually. That's the form on the summary side, just a high level. But now here, you initiate a 5 phone call compared to similar opportunity. You invested 554 minutes lesser compared to this opportunity. That's why the improving score is just stagnant to 80, not improving to 95. So we can go more aggressive on the quotation side. So this is just a quick comparison. How many send email? So this one is this opportunity and similar opportunity one. So similar opportunity, like similar type of customers, size, revenue, and different factors that will take. At the same time, the value of the opportunity. So it will give a quick comparison for me, how much my team actually, as a salesperson or as an individual, how I'm performing compared to last couple of deals I worked on this to close this hotel audit services, right? Couple of contacts actually, how many type of information, like different type of activities I'm doing for different contact person in this point of time. And what my colleague, if it's like a couple of people working on that opportunity, you can have this data of contact person of your customer at the same time inside internal stakeholders like your colleagues and your sales team members. And it will couple of more insights on the how much time you spend, how much time customer is spending, in a sense, how frequently they are sending reply to the email, what are the how many times they open the email attachment, and all these things. Marketing provides a more detailed insights on the email side because that's focused on the campaign engine. But here, just a very high level on the email side, because we are not want to understand how many type customer click, where they click. No, at this point of time, for the sales side, we just want to know whether they are, what's their response on the emails, and whether they're actually opening the data or not. And a couple of other things like here we have email ratio, customer sending and how much time they're spending, similar time, their response time and my response time, and a couple of other opportunities I worked on. And here the graph is not coming. I think I selected the wrong record, but here it will give you from last 2 months how I'm performing actually. So how many send emails I send, how many messages receive, phone call receive. So like quick comparison of all the different activities in last 2 to 3 months. It will give you a quick snapshot. At the same time, it will give you how many similar opportunities you won, count of activities you completed, like phone call, email, and all these activities, because that's how you build a relationship. It's more of an activity based selling. It's not something we are doing a transactional selling. How much time you spend actually, how much response time per $1 million. So our response time for this customer is 2.3 hours per $1 million. So multiple $1 million you're working on. So it will just calculate the time on the $1 million basis. And the response rate, how frequently the response rate with the customer. So then there is the sales navigator. Now I'm going to, because the time is a bit limited, I'm going to jump on my PowerPoint. Let's deep dive into the marketing side. There are a lot of features we have in Sales Insights. So I want to take a separate session on the Sales Insights only, because when it comes to different application, it's a lot of information we are providing. So now let's deep dive into the marketing side. As we know, marketing is, I will not call it a fairly new, but it's a fairly new application. At the same time, it's a very matured right now. Microsoft is investing and going very aggressive to sell this application to the partners and going various different things. And I personally implemented a lot of projects this year on the marketing side. So so we have, what are the couple of features we have? We have the social posting, we have the marketing calendar, sending email using an email campaign, landing page, and a couple of other like reusable video side. We have lead nurturing, like customer journey, automated journey you can create connected to customer insights. You can get the data, create a segmentation there, hand off to sales process properly done. Lead scoring, multiple lead scoring, like different factors we can design a lead scoring here. In the sales side, you can design a lead scoring, predictive scoring in a different model, but here the lead scoring is a bit different based on the, let's say, engagement based on the you had with the customer. System will design a lead score. So those Sales Insights and Marketing Insight lead score is a bit different. This one is for marketing, and that one is focused on the sales relationship side. Then we have account-based marketing, event management, end-to-end event management you can focus on. And then a couple of insights coming in based on the customer interaction. As I mentioned a few minutes before, email insights, right? It's one of the feature, gives you insights about how many emails you send, where customer click, what time they click, and all these very detailed information. We used actually survey customer voice as a survey management. So after any post event or post sales, you can simply use this tool to send survey and get the feedback and drive an action and perform the next insights and perform the next action for the customer. And then we have something like unified platform. So you can use obviously Power Platform, all the application connects to Dynamics 365, integrate with your content management system, connect to portal for event management, so people can come and register for it. You can even use the payment gateway now on the portal side. So you can, for any event you want a customer need to pay, you can create a dynamic, a Power Apps portal, and then you can simply connect to a payment gateway, connect to the PCI standard, and then your simply portal is ready to take the payments from your customer on the event registration. And at the last, we have the AI capability, which I'm going to focus only on this session. So what are the couple of AI features we have? We have automated scheduling, like sending automated emails based on the schedule and based on the understanding on the machine learning side. We have the spam scoring. So based on the email you create, a content you create, you simply generate a low, how much risky your spam is, because sometimes many, if you go to your spam or Gmail or anywhere, you'll see a lot of emails are landing directly to spam, because the kind of content they're writing, they're not actually improving, they're not reading the data actually, like what type of content your company is going to send to the customer. So that's why when the spam score is very high, because the kind of word and the email you're using, it will obviously land to the spam folder of the customer. So even though customer received an email, but it's not something they're interacted with, because it's landing to the wrong folder. So that's how you can improve your score. At the same time, you can check the accessibility checker. Like system, Microsoft provides accessibility checker using the AI feature. So you can simply know how much, what type of content you need to improve. So like this, sorry. So disabled people, like different type of disabilities and different type of accessibility, like different type of people, different needs. You can create the content on that design in such way. And last, we have natural language NLP, natural language processing for the target market segmentation, which I'm going to give a quick demo on it. And then before we deep dive, we have something like, I just want to make focused on the campaign and the segmentation side. So at this point of time, you can create a custom journey using segment APIs, or using segmentations, target. So take an example, somebody register for an event, you create an event registration, you first create an event registration, everything in the marketing application, and then you simply create a portal or embed this form to your custom website or your own website. When someone register, it will create an event registrant. Then actually after that, once the event registration is registrant, new contact is created, let's say, or a new lead, you're simply sending data to segmentation, taking data from segmentation and pushing this data to market customer journey, where customer journey will simply kick in and sending a thank you email. Thank you for your registration. Here the 5% discount, and we'll see you on the event on this date. And here the Teams link. If it's an online event, or if it's an offline event, you can simply send a QR code. So when somebody is going, scan the QR code and mark this as the attendance for them. So those journey actually, like, it includes your emails, it includes your event marketing, customer journey, segmentation, and your customer insight side of thing actually. So it connects every dots of the system in this, and as I mentioned actually a couple of times, this is a game changing actually. This is one of the activities which I just showed you very quickly, is one of the game changing scenarios for many customers. As I mentioned a few minutes before, I personally implemented a lot of marketing application this year, because the kind of data insights we are getting it's truly immense. And when it connects to your commerce application or any other e-commerce platform, you can drive a different level of your business to the using this application. And next we have something like in marketing. I don't want to go into all the features of marketing because that's not the intent to do, but I just want to focus on few key features we have. We have something like you can create a campaign. So something like, what is the use of AI here? So here, a couple of templates is already provided to you. You can create your own templates if you want. So use of template is basically, you can simply reuse those inbuilt configurable templates, and it basically like, you are not going to spend time on designing actually, because designing an email campaign, it had a lot of time, some time, right? So that's why you are using an existing content block designing tool and create just make some edits and you are good to go on that. So same thing on the designing tool. Once your email is ready, you can check some of the AI accessibility checker, run A and B testing, and a couple of other AI features we have, which I'm going to show you. I'll share my screen and let's go to segmentation actually. So here segmentation, as we know, it's before sending any email, company usually target their audience. So how we can target, we can create a static or dynamic segmentation. The key difference is the dynamic segmentation, where the data as name indicates changing dynamically. If I create a segmentation here now, and when I save this and publish it, the number of people who are at this point of time focusing on, it will contacts automatically fulfill that criteria will be added here. But let's say after 2 days, I create more contacts or people register for that event, then it will, any new contact fulfill the criteria in future automatically add it to the dynamic list, where the static list is just opposite. Once you create a static list, the number of contact will be the fixed anyway, even though they are fulfilling the criteria, it will not automatically add it to the list, because that's how the use of static list. So these are the templates we have to create a segmentation, like people attended the event, or people basically some segmentation, interaction, their birthday today, birthday coming next 5 days, and people are living some different places, right? I'm going to skip this because I want to show a couple of features here. So I will just add a behavior, and I would say people click. Actually, now here we have so many behavior type of segmentation thing actually here. So here we have something like activity based selling, like activity on different type, activity contact dispatch, contact activity contact expired, or something like this. Just so many. We have the behavioral type of content like email which bounce, people clicked on the email, people are basically not actually responding, not delivered, not open, on all this type of email interaction. And form side, marketing list side, like sometime people unsubscribe from the list, right? They are not responding to the survey or response to the survey. So all these are the behavioral type of data. So let me show an, oops. Give me a minute. I need to go back. Let me create a diamond segment. And here, yeah, I will simply type a query block. And my query is this. Now, this is I'm using a natural language processing. So this is simply some of the examples given here. Contacts with birthday on August 16th. Okay. Contacts with birthday today. Something like this, right? With no match found. Contact with birthday on next one, last one, something like this. So it basically, I'm typing something, and system what will do, it will, when I select this method, because it's already found the query, it will simply create a, select a query like contacts birthday is next month, something like this. Very simple query, and it looks pretty good. So when I go to the query, I'll see profile contacts, that's the name of the entity, filter date difference months, and a birthday is equal to 1. So technically you can simply, like very similar to SQL query. I'm not a developer, so I'm not able to estimate this thing, but it simply drive a query for you, and based on the natural language processing side. So at the same time, it will also give an advanced feature, something like estimated size. If I select this query and save this query and publish it, how many number of contacts who fulfill this criteria? So I can simply click here and give me the estimated size of the of my contact target, like number of people are fulfilling. Right now, I just have very basic sample data, so it's showing 0, but it gives you some number based on the type of query you will create. And this is a flow, which, let's say, take an example. I am going to add another group. Let's account is it's, and pick any company, right? And oops, and then I'll create a segment block, right? So now exactly, and you see the company is simply creating those criteria. So basically here, what exactly is doing, contact birthday is coming next month, and person company is a data corporation. So we are just very focusing targeting on it. At the same time, we have a couple of other conditions, or but. And but, so those are the joins actually, like technically, if you see in a SQL side, those are the joins. So basically, if people are fulfilling both the criteria, people are just fulfilling like invitation to that email. So any people who are fulfilling like any contacts at birthday this month, or they actually they register for the event, actually they are part of the segmentation, so it will give you a this much scenario, right? So this is something, or you want to focus on the whole audience side based on the query you build. So those kind of real-time analysis will give you more on the flow side. So this will give you a that target audience side, because when it comes to So those are some of the features we have on the NLP side. So this is one of the latest features recently added, like a few months back, and which use the NLP queries to create a segmentation. Now simply save and click on the members here. Here is your segmentation target audience ready for. So you can simply target those audience using sending an email or doing different type of things. Okay. Now let's go to email. I already have an email marketing here, and that's just a very simple flyer I created. That's an email, how it looks like actually. Okay, if I go to preview, and I simply preview this in various places, but the main intent is to go to the insights and the content side. So here I can see number of emails is delivered, because I think I am choosing the last wrong date. Let me choose the date which is I have some data. Yeah, perfect. So here you see delivered this email to 6 people, 2 people uniquely open, 10 times people open, clicks, hot bounce, click-through rate, and a couple of other insights. That's something we'll not get in the sales side, because that's not the intent of the insights. And here a couple of other features: how many times we run, people are bounced, like emails are bounced, where people clicked once they received an email, and the different location they received on the email side. Because I just run some tests, so it's everything. It's in Canada. How many people opening this email on different time zone, like different times. So the darker, the more people are oftenly opening that email. I run the campaign in the morning, but people are opening that email sometime in lunch, and sometimes people opening in the evening after office hour. So that's give you more on the insights on a couple of other scenario on the interaction links and all. And this is like more of a click map. So when you send an email, where people are clicking on it, why people are like 2 people clicked on out of 6, view in browser. Maybe they are not able to see that email properly. Out of 10, they are able to see some of the in the different places. So those are the couple of scenarios where you will see on the email side. Now let's go to spam checker. This is one of the feature marketing use using an inbuilt AI. So based on the design content I created, I simply go to content X spam checker and give you a risk ratio. So this risk is basically give me a scenario, how much percentage or how much is the risk actually your content you added in the system in this whole flyer on the email campaign. It's risky to go to the spam of the customer folder when they receive it. It's a low risky right now. So based on different things, it will go to the different risk zone. And how exactly system will identify based on the type of image you use, based on the type of content you are providing, the type of language you are using. So based on this, it will basically simply give you a red flag if there is enough concern, actually like enough issues in your email campaign, then you should not send this email to the customer. Another thing is to use AI, which is accessibility checker. So right now, everything looks pretty good here. No known issue on the accessibility checker side. If there is some, there was some actually, which I already fixed for this customer. And here, I'm actually simply get a list of all the accessibility checker. Change the font, change this image because it does not load in the form. Some of the image, some of the content side, you will give a couple of other options given here in this campaign side. Okay, so there are a lot of features we have in this point of time: event marketing, lead scoring, and all. Because of the time, I'm not going to cover everything. We'll have separate session if you like to know, and you can simply reach out to me any point of time, right? If you want to know more information. So next is the customer service side. So what are the couple of features we have on the Omni channel? So Omni channel is one of the add-on tool on customer service, which basically gives a couple of other scenarios. It's a first-party voice application. It's recently provided by Microsoft. Outbound SMS, so you can send an SMS and back and forth with your customer. You can use a chat functionality embedded to the portal. You can have different other things. So it's drive and agent productivity. At the same time, there is a couple of integrated AI-driven suggestion. So like suggest a knowledge-based article based on AI feature. A similar type of cases, real-time translation of a script. Like when it comes to, let's say, take a scenario. I'm based in Quebec, let's say. I want to speak somebody in French, but a French person is busy. So it connects to the English-speaking person Then because agents preferred language is English, it will simply real time translate those information to the chat to the English, and when agent reply, it will automatically translate to the French. So both the languages basically translate on the real time. So that's a couple of features. It's derived from the AI, and obviously for to generate this, you have to connect to various configuration you need to do in the backend side, but that's end result. You'll get a real-time translation at the same time, which create a historical, like more of a clustering of various channel and give you insights on the Power BI. So I'm going to give a quick demo, and before that, this is how an omni-channel looks like. I'm not sure whether everybody is so familiar with the omni-channel. As the name indicates, omni-channel, the key difference between multiple channel and omni-channel, a company is providing services to their customer using various channels like chat, SMS, phone call, various channels, right? At the same time, you can switch a channel. So right now I'm having a phone call, like chat with the customer, but I think I need to know more information on the customer issue. I simply click on a phone call and it will connect a phone call to the customer. At the same time, if I'm doing a SMS, I can switch a channel. So typical scenario, as a when you go to any website, you start doing a chat with the bot. So bot try to resolve your issue based on design of FAQs. And if bot not able to fix the issue, you simply transfer the call to the chat to the agent. So that's a typical scenario. You switch a channel between the conversation. The conversation is same, but one channel is moved to the another channel, like voice to the chat side, right? So then it basically next is your so this is not happen, actually not possible in the omni-channel multiple channel scenario. So that's the beauty of omni-channel. So here on the when it comes to native voice side, it's powered by Azure Communication Services. As we know, Microsoft is investing heavily on the CTI side and on the creation of a phone call, SMS activities. And at the same time, it will give you a trend of various channels actually. It would use a AI feature to give you the suggestion, given on the right side, like knowledge suggested knowledge base article, recently create case you created, or fix the other agent fix that issue. So it gives you a real-time insights on the suggestion. It will suggest you based on the conversation, read the transcript real time, and suggest you on everything. If you're having it, this is one of the channel, you're having a phone call with the customer. So it will create a transcript. Now something, same thing, create a transcript, understand the transcript, give the suggestion, and so you can issue the result faster. The next step will be transcript will be saved in the call insight, and very similar to conversation insights, you can drive everything on the to improve the customer service, improve the training, and provide the understand the customer issue on more deeper level. So those sort of various applications are connected to drive the insights and drive the actionable information to improve the customer experience. Because at the end, happy customer is something we are looking for. Next is the omni-channel engagement actually. So omni-channel engagement, as I mentioned, we have various other channels. So that's how the chat conversation looks like. That's a portal, and it connects to your website or portal. You simply start a chat with agent. I'm pretty sure many of you already seen this, so I'm not going to demo this this feature, but just want to show the insights about it. So when you start a conversation with the bot, it will actually having a back and forth conversation. It connects to the live chat or a phone call, and once the chat is done, you can simply have a conversation, like take post conversation survey from the customer on the customer voice. So technically, you're not going to switch channels, like switch application. At the same time, on this same widget, customer will get the survey side. So they will receive a survey on provide the feedback on their experience services provided today, right? Oops. Oh, sorry about that. And then next we have the integrated AI intelligence. So what exactly suggestion looks like? So it will basically simply use the recent articles and the recent issues which several agents use actually. So as we know, knowledge article, the number of articles you are using, it use the keywords. So it will read the transcript of the chat, and then it simply based on the keyword it's using, customer facing issue, it will pick those words Look for the right articles, knowledge articles based on the, we already have this whole article hierarchy and this channel. So it will look for the right articles, suggest you these are the 3 articles for the warranty issue. Many customer and any agent, actually many agent use this, and you can send this to the customer if needed, right? Similar to the similar cases, what exactly you are using on the different side. So you can simply use the different type of similar cases on the suggestions actually. Okay. Next is we have the real-time translation. So translation you can simply use, as I mentioned, when customers seek support on a different language and native language, you can simply use customer, like you can provide a multiple language scenarios and provide the real-time translation. So how those translation look like? Let me share my screen. So let's start a chat. I have a chat bot here, and I just want to start a chat. Let me show. Okay, let me refresh the page. Oops, yeah. So, okay, let me refresh this page also. I think my chatbot is gone. So this is the screen of omni-channel for customer service. That's the agent experience. So automatically, once the agent, it works on based on various other features like capacity and availability and all. So based on the availability, agent capacity is available, then it will simply create and assign the chat to the person, like conversation technically. Like conversation can be a chat, like live chat, or it's coming from SMS or social media or phone call, any other channel. So I will say hi, and I'm pretty sure once I put a virtual agent started, I don't want to go too deeper into this. So talk to agent. I want to just bypass whole conversation with virtual agent. I just want to say talk to agent. Now, what it'll do, it will simply look for the right available agent and connect me to the agent actually. So like it's coming from visitor because system not identify my my information because I have not done a lot of different things here. I just want to move to the point I was discussing with you. So here, the whole conversation in a nutshell, as an agent, I need to know this scenario, this page, it's give you a which customer is looking for. If it's like a the use of why I put my name, so its system will automatically find a right customer contact, like a very similar case scenario to CTI. When you do a phone call based on your number system, the customer service agent know about history about you, everything about you. So that's the use of post pre-chat survey. And but the key point is here, Smart Assist. A Smart Assist is just but a bot. It's another virtual agent, which basically gives you added this screen on the right side of the screen and give you knowledge article suggestion. So because this, I have not done any conversation just because based on my name, contacts, and my couple of other open cases, system know this is something related to the support cases, support delivery issue. So it give you some of the suggestion and give you the confidence percentage. So you say no, then the confidence of what this case, let's say I just put no to this, and then it will simply, because it used the keywords, it'll create a low confidence actually, because the suggestion you're giving, it's more like a machine learning actually. You are keep learning, you are giving the suggestion to the machine. So it gives you the better performance and better confidence level in future. So that's how it is. Similar cases, laptop issue, this customer raised laptop issue, and how this no system know, because it's I have not selected any contact case and everything. It will read from the pre-chat and couple of other things. So it will say laptop issue raised by Ashish, like Ashish Rana, and it's not fixed. It's recently fixed. Do you want to know how this case is fixed? If I click on it, it will open a case which is recently closed on the laptop report issue, and give me a couple of information here. So you see here within that same the chat, it's case is open, and you can use various session actually. So these are the session tabs, and these are the application tabs. One session contains multiple application tabs. You can open any other list of contacts, list of accounts, dashboards, and other thing. So that's a use of AI in the customer service side. There are so many different places on omni-channel where the AI function is using, but that's one of the great feature I like about it. So it gives you a 360-degree view for an agent to understand and fix customer issue. So that's how it is. And when I, let's say, close the chat and I simply say end, then it'll take some moment. It will load the customer voice within that chat widget. So that's the beauty of it. And I simply provide, there's a couple of questions actually I created it here, and save it. Once I save, the chat survey response will be saved in the customer voice. So I can simply take more analysis, generate real-time insights, more actionable site, improve my team performance, and put the data back to the Dynamic 365 using custom voice and D365 integrations, right? So those are the couple of scenarios. I think I finished on time. I was thinking to finish, and with this, if you have any question, you can simply reach out to me on my LinkedIn, or you can send an email to me. I think I have to put my email here. Sorry about that. But yeah, floor open for any Q&A.
Yes, we have one question, by the way, Ashish, that this is amazing. I am a big fan here of Dynamics, and I learn a lot with all of this, and I have a lot more to learn. And we have a question, quick one, about how do the models get improved? How the AI model gets better and better?
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Yes, I share it also on the screen, is how do AI models get improved in Dynamics?
Okay, so there is a couple of ways. So as suggestion actually, so the model actually, let's say in customer service scenario, take an example which I just recently presented. So there is a confidence person. You say system based on the chat having with the customer, give you some of the suggestion of knowledge articles and something similar cases. Then you simply say yes or no. Based on that yes or no, the system will basically improve the confidence, and it will suggest that model, improve that, learn the model actually, and give you suggestion on the next time. So that's how the in a very layman language, that's how the customer service model works. When it comes to sales insights model, it will basically simply use their predictive scoring functionality, and you design this whole model. Actually, that's up to you. There's a couple of ways that you can do that. So you can simply design your own model and present it to the customer actually. So that's the sales insight, to have up to you what exactly type of data you want to push, and you can design it in the sales insight side.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Hey, Ashish, thank you very much. We have here Hisam ready to do this session. One more time, thanks for joining. Have a great weekend, and hey, hope you see you the next one.
Thanks, Bruno, and thanks everybody. Have a very good day and weekend.
Hisam, Soldiers, do you want to share your screen?
This is me sharing the screen.
Perfect. I adding you to the stream. There it is. And hey,
Yes.
it's all yours. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much, Bruno, and thank you for doing this. I am really excited to be here again on Global AI Bootcamp 2020. I've been here many years, and it's always fun and really great to be in such an event. So today I'm going to talk about something that is really important to me and probably to everybody else. And this is like something like have been risen too much, specifically during this pandemic, is using AI to tackle mental health. That is, of course, using something called recognitive functions and emotion intelligence, or emotional intelligence, EI, whatever you want to call it. So this is a little bit brief about me, blah, 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 blah. All you have to know is I'm being in this field for a long time. I've been doing AI and cybersecurity for like more than 10, 12 years. And the thing is, I'm really passionate about mental health and how AI can help with tackling this issue. So today we have 6 main sections. I'm going to go through them, and I'll hope that you will like what we're talking about today. So the first thing is about addressing mental health. So let's go, first of all, why mental health? Why now? First of all, as I said, it's a real passionate issue to me personally. I have had some mental issues, problem. I've seen a lot of people around me doing this, specifically during the pandemic. I also lost people that I love and care about for suicide because of mental health. So it is really personal, very personal to me. The next thing is that the COVID-19 pandemic revealed that we have even a bigger pandemic than COVID-19 or coronavirus. It's mental health, and it's still invisible, underfunded, and not properly addressed. Mental health also workers are very overworked and understaffed. I know a lot of people, I came to know a lot of people during the couple, back a couple 5 years, and these people are working in social help and mental help, and I see them like how much they suffer because there are not too much resources for them, and there's too much to handle. So we need technology and AI to help us. And actually, AI is doing very good nowadays in understanding human behavior. So I think it's time to improve it and utilize it on a wider scale. So let's have a look a little bit about mental health before COVID-19. So according to Statistics Canada, mental illness it indirectly affects all Canadians at some time, either through their own experience or somebody they know, family member, friend, or colleague. And that was also before COVID. In any given year, 1 in 5 people in Canada will personally experience mental health problem or illness. That could be temporary or permanent mental problem. By the age of 40, about 50% of the population will have or have had a mental illness. Mental illness affects all people of all ages, education, income levels, cultures. It affects everybody, and it's also um, um, it's like it's caused by systematic inequalities such as racism, poverty, homelessness, discrimination, colonial and gender-based violence, among others. It can also worsen mental health symptoms of mental illnesses, especially if mental health supports are difficult to access, which we know that they are, to say the least, not easy to access. Major depression affects approximately 5.4% of the Canadian population, and anxiety disorders affected 4.6% of the population. That was before COVID-19. Now, what happened through the COVID-19? This is also actually on their website, on the Canadian Stats Canada website. We said 1 in 5, right, which was like 20%. Now we were having like 1 in 4, and in Canadians have had mental disorders. That's an enormous number. It's like about 25%. And these people from aged 18 and over. We also know that nowadays children have mental problems, specifically with the pandemic and with them no schools, long lockdowns and all. And we know that a lot of those people or adults have screened positive for symptoms of depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, which PSD. That was in spring 2021. So we expect the numbers, sorry, to go even up and up. Now, up from, this is what we said again, from 21%. So this is fall 2020. That's during COVID. It went from 20 to 21, and by spring, it came to 25%. So you can actually see how that is really a global pandemic. There has been an ongoing concern about the pandemic has affected the mental health of Canadians, particularly those who have experienced impacts of the pandemic, such as social isolation, job loss, or changes in relationship. I think we all have experienced one or two of those during the pandemic. The things about it is that symptoms associated with mental disorders may have been present before the beginning of the pandemic. Now, we know that many of those were there. It was just amplified during the pandemic. For some people who are experiencing mental health problems prior to the pandemic, pre-existing symptoms may have intensified again during the pandemic. So what was the effect that when we talk technology, mental health have actually affected on cybercrime? We saw a high raise on cybercrime and cyberterrorism, and I talked about it in a lot of my talks recently. If you want, you can find those ones about cyberterrorism during COVID-19. The rapid evidence of reviews using that's a study that's done in the UK, provides evidence on the potential impacts of COVID-19 pandemic and response on violent extremist recruitment and radicalization. A number of drivers of radicalization have been identified. It is important to note that these are, contested subjects as much as debate. So, it's when it's mental health, it's always a subject of debate and if different context. These factors include, but not limited to, as we can see, historical grievance and the role of authoritarianism, political climate, governance, socioeconomic factors, marginalization of young people, international events, funding, and the role of migrants, radicalization in prisons, which was a big thing that prisons have hit hard at one point with the COVID-19, because it's prisons, you cannot get these people out. It was a disaster, and intergroup religious or rivalries. We also have to address something: social media effect. We know that social media algorithms have played a significant role in spreading misinformation for more engagement. Those algorithms keep feeding content related to the user's history and puts them in the silo of the same ideological beliefs. So, like, here's the thing: like, those algorithms are designed for engagement, and they keep feeding you. They put you in those silos, and that makes you even more and more. There were a lot of studies to show that people who have tendency to suicide have received a lot in platforms like TikTok or Facebook or anything, have received a lot of content about that, and things that on even how to commit suicide, the easiest way or the most painless way, which is, I don't know, it's really dangerous and scary to me. And it creates a little space of counter opinion and balanced, raises anger and extremism leaning. So all of this is affecting mental health and cybercrime. And there's a fact that we have to say: misinformation and controversial issues spread 70 times faster than the actual facts and scientific views. So we all know about the scandal of Facebook around the end of October, and this Francis Haugen, which is a whistleblower, that talked about how a company like Facebook, which owns also Instagram and all of this thing, have known that these algorithms are affecting people, specifically teen girls, by spreading things, and it gives them a lot of bad feelings, to say the least, about their image and their bodies by spreading content about girls who are, and most of those content that they were spreading are touch up images, or for a very minority, celebrities and influencers who have perfect body, whatever that is, and all of that stuff. But this was affecting, and there was a report about it to Facebook, but unfortunately they have done nothing about it. So how can technology address mental health issues? First of all, we live in a telecommunication age, so we can access to mental health now can be a lot easier than before. We do phone, video chat, or many other way of digital communication. Smartphone apps, there's a lot. We're going to talk about it a little bit here, but there's a lot of apps to detect abnormal behaviors and alert when such behavior is detected. There are apps that can provide mental wellness. There are also addressing mental issues that are caused by social media and work towards solving them. I'm going to talk about an example as well here. And we can use AI for detection, analyzing, and addressing mental health issues. Now, we all would know that using technology have challenges, which is like in this case, finding a global approach to address mental health issues through technology. There's also always the ethical approaches in developing mental health solutions through technology and AI, because it's not an easy thing to develop something like this. We always have the F word, which is, in case, it's funding. We need a lot of funding for that. We have also the social taboos and acceptance. A lot of people have mental problems, but they don't want to talk about them because of the social taboos, because if you have a mental problem, then you're, quote unquote, crazy. Now, how can we build a cognitive emotional intelligent algorithm to mimic human feelings and empathies? This is a very important thing for us to understand. To make machine understand how a human feel, we need something that is, they call it right now, emotional intelligence, or emotion intelligence, EI if you want, or emotional AI. So what are the components of this EI? It's, first of all, we have self-awareness, self-regulation, social skills, empathy, motivation. And those are also, by the way, the components for the human emotional intelligence. Now, the emotion AI, how does that work and how can we define it? It's also called effective computing. Is a rapidly growing branch of artificial intelligence that allows computers to analyze and understand human nonverbal signs, such as facial expression, body language, gestures, voice tones, and assess their emotional state. Hence, visual emotions and AI analyzes facial appearances in images and videos using computer vision technology. We're going to talk a little bit about it to analyze an individual's emotional status. So, the emotional algorithms that worked to do that are the algorithms that are able to detect and analyze human emotional signals, such as tonality, that's when we talk speech, for example, vocal emphasis, speech rhythm, facial expression, body language, and cultural gestures. That's one of the things. There's a lot of cultural gestures that goes around, and they mean different for each culture. So this is a part of the texture and the context that we need to know. These algorithms utilize artificial cognitive function that mimics a human behavior, emotion, actions, and reactions, and are capable of empathy, compassion, and even humor. An example of that is this kind of algorithm. This is an algorithm to detect an emotion through vision services or AI, vision AI. And as you can see, this is the output. This is the JSON output of it, and shows emotion and the possibilities of the emotions here. As you can see, if it's angry, if it's disgust, fear, happy, and all of this thing. And it just says that the dominant emotion for this facial expression is actually happy. The age is 34, 31, around 31, gender is woman, race, and there are a lot of possibilities for race, but its dominant one is white. So you can see now that this is it becoming more and more advanced when we have more data. And this thing I would like to talk about the Microsoft Cognitive Services or Azure Cognitive Services is that we have this vision, we have speech, we have language, and we have knowledge. Now, vision used to be understood that it's a facial recognition, which is, oh, is that, I don't know, Leonardo DiCaprio, or is it Bill Gates? Is that a cat or a dog? But vision services right now are more into detecting what this face is telling you, the emotion, just like we saw in the previous slide. Also, there's speech, how the tones of the people when they're speaking. There's a solution that's been done, I believe, in India for customer service that uses AI bots to even measure if the customer who's calling you is feeling angry or anxious or happy, and put that into the total rate of the customer experience. Also detecting languages, which is right now I'm going to talk about that, a solution for detecting mental health with social media by only analyzing the text that people put in their social posts. So now I'm going to just touch base on some of researchers and studies, these ones just for references. If you would like to see, there's a study called AI in Mental Health by Simon D'Alfonso. It's a very nice one. It's a paid one, but it worth every penny if you want to know it. This is a study by University of California, Artificial Intelligence for Mental Health and Mental Illnesses. This is a total free one. You can find it. There's a lot of figures and numbers into it. It's really fantastic. Another study is called Artificial Intelligence in Behavioral Mental Health Care by David D. Luxton. Also, this is a paid one, but it's also worth it. There's another one. The last one is called Artificial Intelligence for Mental Health and Mental Illnesses. And this is also from a website this is from actually National Library of Medicine. So there's a lot of researchers worked on this, and you can find it on this URL. It is all those studies are really fantastic, and if you're interested into this, I really would suggest that you actually look into this. Now, in practice, what are the application that we use for that? There are a lot of AI practices, AI-based mental health application that are actually there in the market. There's a lot of them. I'm just going to tell you the things that I actually, have seen or dealt with. So there is one that I saw in an IBM conference a couple of years ago, and it's called Here For You. They have it with the hashtag Here For You. This is actually made for this is actually here in Queen's University. It has done between researchers from Queen University here in Ontario, Canada, and they have teamed up with IBM Canada as well to develop an instant messaging smartphone application that will connect members of the military, veterans, and their family members to counseling options and resources to combat mental health disorders. Now we know that, there's a lot of PTSDs for veterans when they go overseas and see a lot of war horrifying stuff that I cannot start. I mean, I myself have been in war zones before, not as a soldier, but I've seen that. But there was a demo when they have that into the conference, and I've used that. I faked myself as a soldier, and I was asking. It was pretty good. The thing about it is, it's totally anonymized, so we know the stigma in the military about that, and this is another fact. Part of the motivation behind this project, which is what they said, is that tackling the stigma that members of the military face due to the nature of their careers. If you show emotions in the military, it might be taken as a weakness. It might actually get you, like released from the military, which is I would say it's a stigma again. So part of it, and the most part of it, is that you, first of all, you don't talk to a human. Nobody knows if you're using this chat or not, from not even your boss or your captain or whatever they have in the military. But the thing is, this is it. And there was another study that I've read many years ago, and it says that people feel much comfortable talking to a machine sometimes about their mental problems than even talking to an expert. And that goes for a very important reason, is that they don't feel judgment, because even like mental health workers are amazing and they do a very difficult job, but they're also human. So sometimes when you talk to them, as much as they can be non-judgmental, sometimes just a facial gesture makes the people who talks to them feel like you feel like I don't know, shocked by what they're saying, or feel weird, or even feel pathetic for them or something. And that's why they catch these signals and they don't feel comfortable talking to them again, or they feel or if they talk, they hide stuff. But when you talk to a machine, there's nothing for you to fear about. It's a machine, and they know there's no judgment at all. So this was one of the great applications that's been done. There's also a web application and a mobile phone. It's called Happify. Again, I just would say, I'm just talking about those when there's a lot. I just talked about it because I use them, and I'm making sure that I'm not trying to make any advertisement for them, but I use those things. And Happify is a website and an iPhone and / Android app that offers cutting edge activities and games that help people to reduce stress, overcome negative thoughts, improve relationship, and feel better about themselves. It's a lot of those. It's a practical thing. It's not a chat, but it gives you something like guided meditation on how to do that, and like self-awareness about stuff that you don't know as a problem, so you just start talking about it and just figure out that you have a problem, how much you have a problem with it, or like a problem with your family member or your parent or something like that. So this is like a couple of games and quizzes that you do that, and it helps you figure out your mental problems and probably how you can solve these issues. The other thing is, and this is I came to know this newly, it's called Replica. And Replica is actually a chatbot companion powered by artificial intelligence. Replica's main goal is to become your friend by mimicking your personality. So it just understands how your personality is by talking and chatting to it. In a nutshell, you will chat with one of the bots in Replica. You can choose it's a male or female. You can choose how they look like, their hair color, and all of that stuff. And this bot will try to connect with your personality by learning from your writing expression and styles, emoji used during chats, and the content of the conversation it has with you. And the more you use, the more you chat, the better the response become. It becomes your, let's say, in a nutshell, it becomes your AI friend. The reason I talk about this is because I've seen a lot of people who I also know about. It's like they used this during the pandemic when people could not speak, and there was a lot of, disconnection with people. They use apps like this, and they said that this literally, some of them said this literally saved my life. So these are just examples, but there are a lot of applications, and we still need more. And I think this is a way to go in the future of AI, to use this to go through actually developing these kinds of apps, and the world needs them. And it also kind of like covers the underfunding and the understaffing for social workers, mental health workers, a lot of people that we couldn't, a lot of these fields that we couldn't find enough people and enough time. Like I've heard a report like in Iraq, every couple of 100,000 people have one therapist. This is really bad. So can you imagine if we could, I wouldn't say replace, but if we could do some apps that help these people find help when they cannot find it from a human being. We cannot replace human beings at all, but it's good if these kinds of application would help humans to tackle these problems. Now, this is a very important part of the speech, is detecting mental health using social media posts. And this is actually done like by the Northwestern University. So first of all, the thing about social media is people share a lot on social media. They share more than they should, but that have a downside and upside. I would say the upside is that we now know more about people than we knew before, and we can actually have an idea how they're thinking, what are they affecting, how are their lives going on right now in just layman terms, and how we can tackle this. So in 2017, Facebook implemented an algorithm to determine whether users were considering potentially harming themselves. And when I say harming themselves, it's like physical harming or like a verbal abuse harming, and even until the suicide. The following year, the NPR, which is a great organization, ran an article titled "Facebook Increasingly Reliant on AI to Predict Suicide Risk." That quoted Facebook global head of safety, Antigone Davis, saying that the algorithm led Facebook to contact emergency responders for approximately 10 users every day. Those users were posting stuff about suicidal thoughts. And here's the fact, and this is something that's said by Stevie Chancellor, which has done this actually this study, she's uh, a postdoctoral fellow at the time in computer science in Northwestern. She said, we've been able to predict mental illness using social media data for about 7 or 8 years. And when I say predict, we got accuracies between 85 and 95%, in the range of that, for things as varied as stress, depression, eating disorders, and the risk of somebody self-injuring or self-harming themselves. So what Stevie has done, how did she start it or found that, and you can find this in the article, is that she posted something and she puts like hashtags about anorexia or something, or this eating disorder, and the amount of people who connected through those hashtags and put their thoughts and comments on how they feel was enormous. So this is I believe one of the things that we can do, because we know now that AI through text, the people that put, is very, very good and accurate in detecting and understanding human feelings and predicting even their next behaviors based on what they post on their social media sites. So how does it work? There's a lot of things that we practice, and again, a lot of what I'm saying here is something that you can easily implement using machine learning products and Azure cognitive functions or cognitive services. Some of them you don't even need to do any coding. One of them is the highest that we were using to do that is sentiment analysis, which is, do you read the text and you can understand the sentiments, I'm going to say, in this, but you can see what is the dominant sentiment in this, and if there are tendencies to self-harm or something like that. We also have hashtag following. As I told you, Stevie has discovered this, or what triggers her to do this is that when she did a post and she put those hashtags about mental disorders, eating disorders, anorexia, and all that, the enormous amount of people who were engaging and interacting was so high that she realized that this could be a really good source to understand how people think and how they express their mental problems through social media. The other thing is post responses. When you use hashtags and you use sentiment analysis, you just don't analyze the post itself, but also the responses to it. And I could say something. A lot of those responses were like really a factor in people committing suicide. There was a lot of people who were expressing their thoughts or putting a photo about themselves, how they feel, and they were looking really bad. And people were telling them, sorry to say that, like something like, go kill yourself. This happens a lot on social media, a lot more than people think. And so some of these people have actually expressed that they're going to do this, to suicide, and this was happening, or to kill themselves, because of how people are treating them. Cyberbullying is a big problem. It deserves another session, but I'm now going to talk about it from this angle, that the people who are pushing the boundaries of of mental health, of mental illnesses, through social media and through the mean responses to people, and pushing their boundaries to actually go and commit these self-harm actions against themselves. So this is a very good practice to analyze all of that. Also, we have language analytics, which is something called natural language processing, or NLPs. NLPs have advanced in AI that we can actually nowadays. And I don't know if you have heard. I'm sure most of you have heard about Cambridge Analytica scandals and how they were analyzing people for election purposes and political stuff. Uh, Again, that's their own claims. They said that they could, during only some analysis about Facebook likes and posts, they could actually know about you more than your work colleagues, your parents, or even your life partner. So that is good and scary at the same time. But if we used it to help with mental health, I believe this is going to be a real win for us. Repetitiveness and acceleration. So probably a lot of people have thought about self-harm or suicide at a point in their life, and probably they posted about it, but it might not be relevant. But if they keep repeating, and the acceleration of posting these thoughts, could give us a lot. This is how can algorithms know that it's just a bad thought that came to somebody's mind at a time, and it's just going to go away, or this is something really happened because it's repeating and it's accelerating in the numbers. Also, they have past history analysis of like, if those people and this is, again, this requires a lot of I don't know, like cooperating with a lot of people. If there are past history of self-harm or suicide attempts or something like that, that also could feed more into these algorithms and know that who are those who are more in tendency to do self-harm to themselves. Now, of course, that comes with a bunch of challenges. So the challenges of AI intervention in these cases is, first of all, erroneous machine learning models. And that becomes like, again, either from the algorithms that we develop and how do we develop them, or the data that we are collecting, and how pure and how clean is this data and the way that we collect it. There's a lot of, I've done actually in this particular in global AI many years ago about ethical AI, ethics in AI, and I talked a lot about this topic. If you want to get back to it, I think it's somewhere on YouTube. So this is a lot of big topic to talk about. There's also bad scientific standards, improper casual assumptions. Again, humans do a lot of assumptions, and most of the time they're not accurate, or they're not right at all. Incorrect diagnosis and or intervention. It happens also, and people who are watching, I know there's a lot of my friends who are into this field, and they know that sometimes an incorrect diagnosis because of the lack, or the lack of information, or the patients not really talking about their issues very openly. Discrimination and injustice. Again, that's that we know that AI have discriminatory acts against minorities and against people with people with color, indigenous people, people with different religions, and all of that. So all of these are really challenges to the AI intervention in that case. Now, let me talk about another concept, which is I also talk about it in many events. One of them is this event a couple of years ago. It's artificial consciousness, and how could it be a solution? First of all, let's understand what artificial consciousness is. So artificial consciousness, or AC, is also known as a machine consciousness or synthetic consciousness, is a field related to artificial intelligence and cognitive robotics that aim to the theory of artificial consciousness is to define that which would have to be synthesized, where consciousness to be found in engineered artifact. I know this is a very complicated thing, but here's what we can I can simplify it. That neuroscience or neuroscientists have hypothesized that consciousness, the human consciousness, is generated by the interoperation of various parts of the brain called the neural correlation of consciousness, or NCCs. So though there are challenges to that perspective, proponent of AC is believed to construct a system, like a computer system that can emulate this NCC interoperation. In short words, artificial consciousness concepts are also pondered in the philosophy of artificial intelligence through the questions about mind, consciousness, and mental states. Believe me, I couldn't make this simpler. I've read a lot of books about consciousness and how we can replicate it all. It doesn't get easier, but let me tell you what I got out of what I've read and what I understood during my research. So how does consciousness works? So first of all, we have the memory, inherited or collected. We have improvisation, because people improvise all the time, and it's based on previous knowledge or total accidental. We have personal interest, whether it's public related interest or self-interest, and we have self-realization, which relates to individual identity or group identity. I'm going to talk about them a little bit so that you will understand. So memory, everything about our consciousness is memory, and this relates to AI and data. Everything we have in AI that we train our model in is data, and this data is something that we feed. In the human mind, the memory is inherited memory by genetic factors. It's also a big topic. And there's the collected memory, the things that you gain by life experiences from the day you were born, literally till the day you die. So these kind of memory, this type of data are in your memory. And AI can actually, or artificial consciousness is actually doing a part of that, because there's the data that we feed, and there's the machine learning or self-learning in AI that actually can create its own knowledge by collecting specific kinds of data, not without human intervention, that we call reinforcement learning or reinforcement machine learning. Now, we have also the improvisation. And what does that mean? Like, if you are in a building and there's with fire in this building, even if you have never been in a fire in your life, you know that you have to go away from it. And this is a life experience that you have not gained from being in a situation like that. It's something was inherited in your probably in your memory, or you just improvised it based on the factors around you, right? So it goes to memory. And to improvise, what do you do based on a previous learned experience or data, or improvised on nothing at all? If you were not in a building in a fire before, you know that you have to at least get away from it. Now, of course, that could be improved by something like instruction on don't use elevators or something like that. But your first instinct and your improvise is to get the hell away from this fire, and to use whatever exit you have to get away from it. So this is something that AI nowadays do some kind of improvisation, but it's still really limited, and it's mostly based on learned experiences that we feed into them. Now, the personal interest that we're going to talk about have two sides of it. Public related interest that brings personal satisfaction. So personal interest is something used to be yours. It's actually yours, but there are two types. Again, this is something that makes you happy, but it also helps people. Like, for example, one of my personal interests that goes into the public satisfaction is something like what I'm doing right now, public speaking. I don't get paid for those, and I don't want to get paid, but it makes me feel satisfied to actually spread this kind of awareness. Some people like to volunteer to go clean the beach or something like that. So that is a self-interest, but it reflects for public public satisfaction or public what do you call it, public interest, and it brings you satisfaction. There's also the total self-interest, which is selfishness, that only brings you self-satisfaction. Like, okay, I like to buy minion puppets, right? And this is only me. I feel that this is something that brings me happiness, even if it's useless to somebody else or to probably everybody, but it makes me happy. So personal interest is a very great fact to create consciousness and to create machine empathy, for that matter, so that it could actually mimic human being. There's also self-realization, which is a very important thing. And self-realization goes to a global identity. That's who you are, where you are from, and who you belong to, this human race. It doesn't matter to it, and you belong to a specific culture. So that is, you realize that, and there's the individual identity, who you are as a person, because that is very important when you talk to someone. Every therapist is watching right now knows that, understands that when you talk to someone, you have to reflect some of their individuality into yourself. You have to talk to them like you are, like absorbing their individuality, and talk to them like as if they're talking to themselves. So this is very important into this thing. And why artificial consciousness? Now, first of all, let's understand that artificial consciousness is not this. It's actually also not this, and oh my God, it's not this. Although I love those shows and films, and I watch them all the time, but it's actually not the idea. So artificial consciousness first is the AI that provides context to logic. It also introduces some empathy and perhaps some level of feeling or emotions. It also implements some wisdom into decision making. So it doesn't give the decision right now all mostly based on logic, but it also based on wisdom, for that matter. So should I go and arrest those people or give them another chance, for example? That's what human does, right? Also, it provides human-like explainability to the process of AI decision making. Until now, we still have a problem with AI. What we call AI black box is we don't exactly know, although there's a lot of efforts now to do AI explainability, but we still have a problem with that AI black box, that we don't know exactly how they work inside and how they get to have these decisions. And also, we can eliminate unwanted and unfair biases. Now, again, as we know, there are two types of biases. There are the biases that we create because we need them, just like, for example, the differences in healthcare between blood pressure between males and females, or between bodies for people who have special conditions and people who are totally healthy. So these are types of biases that we implant into those machines because they're good biases. But there are unwanted biases like social biases, discriminational biases. All of that, we need some kind of artificial consciousness to decide those unwanted biases and get rid of them. So I'm going to tell you like a very funny story, is that an AI, some patients came in AI, sorry, to a hospital, and they were using AI to detect what is the best solution for them. So those people have pneumonia, and at that time, the AI told them that the best thing for pneumonia to be fastly treated from pneumonia is to have asthma. Now, of course, pneumonia and asthma is a disaster thing. But because AI saw at the time that when people come and they have pneumonia and asthma, they are rushed into the to treatment, because it's a really there are two really bad factors to be together. So it learns like, okay, so the best way to be treated fastly is to have asthma if you have pneumonia, so they get fast treatment. Of course, that doesn't make any sense, and it was fixed, of course, but at the time we didn't think about that, because to us it's a no-brainer that asthma plus pneumonia is bad. But AI didn't understand that. It doesn't have that information before, and so the best suggestion that it had is to have pneumonia with asthma, or to have asthma with pneumonia, so that you get fast treated. I just like to share this, just to make you understand how important is it that AI should have more context than logic. Okay, so explainability here is a key. So humans don't do well with the unknown and non-explained. And why I'm saying humans? Because we are, at the end of the day, are the people who are feeding this data. Until now, we are. So if we're feeding data that we could not explain, then how could we expect a machine to explain it? The other factor is explainability also equals transparency. If I can explain something, I can see, I can measure its transparency. Transparency lead to also responsibility. If I know who has done this error, I would know who can I go to understand and fix this erroneous stuff. Also, explainability has to, like, and there are a lot of researches right now, just to tell you why I brought this point, and about AI explainability. And we get these logs and all of that stuff, but they need someone to explain the explainability logs. So they have to speak human and be interpreted by a human in a friendly language that everyone can understand without hardship and without having to go to a technical person, which we also have a lot of understaffing in that field to explain these logs to them. So now, at the end, what do we have to do? How can we address that, and how can we do that? It's again, it's not a Canadian problem, it's not a US problem, it's not a Middle Eastern problem or a Russian problem or a Chinese problem. It's a global problem, and to do that we have to have a global approach. And in my own opinion, that's only me, I see that the best global approach is, first of all, to fight the spread of toxic online content. We know that social media, I mean, we saw that and we talked about it, is that the spread of this is problematic, and it causes a lot of social anxieties and mental issues, and it actually inflames these things. It just creates a lot of problems that was either smaller before or did not exist. So we have to do something about that. And it's also that we have to bring social media platforms and big tech corporations on board for that. We cannot accept Facebook's response that, oh, we didn't know about that, or we knew, but it wasn't in our priority, or we focus on solving the problem in English for the English speaker, but we don't solve it for people like in Myanmar, which caused literally a genocide. Also, we have to deal with mentally ill youth with love and patience. Empathy and love, not fear. And we also have to stay away from targeted profiling, which has happened too much right now, specifically in predictive policing and cyber terrorism, countering cyber terrorism and all of that stuff. We have to stop that, and we have to think about first empathy and try to solve these problems rather than point fingers and profile people. The other thing is we have to keep an open communication channel. Well, this is the best era of time to communicate. We have every tool that we need to have more communication, but the thing that we need is to create this an open communication. Parents talk to kids, friends talk to friends, remove the stigmas about social stigmas and social taboos and all of that stuff, because we have the tools, but we still don't use them because we still have those social restrictions around us, and we need to get rid of those things. We also need a global cooperation to detect mental illnesses. And this is, again, this is a global problem, and it requires a global solution. We cannot just say, oh, we have done a nice app. And all of those apps that I told you about, for example, they're done in a specific area of the world, and they're done only in English. So billions of people would not have access to them because they don't speak the language. We need to fix these issues. We need a global approach, and we need to reach to all people. Not to mention that a lot of people around the world actually doesn't have access to the internet to begin with. So they cannot have any type of access to these applications, even if they were available in their languages, in their cultures. We need to do that. We need to go all together I don't know how, through the UN, through but what I know is we all need to be on board and we all need to go. And this is the last thing that I'm gonna say about this. I hope you liked it. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Again, you can contact me if you're watching this right now and you don't have a question, or you can watch me later. These are all my social profiles. You can also, it's still under construction, but you can contact me through my website, www.hisham.ai. There's a link there that you can fill a form, and you can contact me, and I will be very, very, extremely happy to actually answer all your questions. Bruno, do we have
Hey,
any
Sam,
questions?
thank you very much. Oh, my camera is dead. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but
Yes, somehow my camera it's frozen. It's not moving, so I need to fix this. Hey, thank you very much. This was amazing. I am going to share your links in the chat right now. Everyone else, we are going to have a 10-minute break until our next sessions. Azure API for FHIR, and I hope you see you in 10 minutes. This is a nice break to have right now.
Can I just say something before we go?
Yes,
because
yes, please. Sorry about the camera. Let me hide my camera.
No, I've seen a comment here to say that there's a talk to Alex. Actually, this is done of my an amazing friend of mine. This is an app also for children. It's Dr. Eva. She's watching us right now, I know. And she's saying also another app that helps with mental health. So this is also an app I just developed here, actually in Canada, actually in the GTA. So this is another one, and there's a lot. I couldn't cover everything about those apps, but you can go and find. And I don't know. I hope you liked it, guys. And Bruno, back to you.
Yeah, sure. So I just shared the talk at Alex link from CC, and I didn't know it was a Canadian one. So super cool. It's nice to have them. My camera is still dead. I'm so sorry. I don't know why OBS is freezing. So hey, thanks
Doesn't
a
matter.
lot.
We can
If you
feel you.
share
We
anything,
can
I will
feel
add it
you.
into the resource here
We can
later
feel
in
you,
Twitter.
Bruno.
And see you next one. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
And we are back. Oh my god, my camera still freeze. I don't know why. Let me invite Mustafa here to the stream. Hey Mustafa, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, hi Bruno, how are you?
It's a pleasure to be here dealing with some OBS issues. Let me switch to the other camera.
I'm dealing with my demo issues. My demo is not working.
That's what's happened. Oh my god.
is
How
not
to
good.
stream, remove, I have no camera. So do you want to share your screen?
Yes, give me 1 second. Let me just clean off my desk.
And let me know if you want to be camera and screen or screen only. Oh, still froze. I can see your screen. I'm adding you. So it's all yours. Sorry about my camera. Somehow I cannot make it work. I will switch to plan B. And whenever you're ready, you have the floor.
Thank you. Give me just 1 second. I'll try one more thing to save my demo today. If that will work, that would be great. If it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. Okay. Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate it. Hey, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Are we good to go, Bruno?
Yes, you're ready to go.
Alrighty. Welcome, everyone. This is Mustafa Al-Durra. I'm going to share my presentation, and then we can give it a go. Mustafa Al-Durra from Microsoft. Happy to meet with all of you today, talking about our Microsoft Healthcare API. And the focus for the session today is our FHIR API. This is really something we, the product line or the services we're building and we're providing in our Azure for the healthcare organizations is really to help with their interoperabilities, with their data integration, with different source systems and different downstream systems, taking their data set from the integration endpoints all the way to help with longitudinal health data set analyses and analytics to advance medical research, and also to advance the innovation cycle specifically for startups, for healthcare organizations, for enterprise research, and the likes. So when we look at the full picture of our agenda on Azure for the healthcare solutions, it really comes down to the left-hand side to, let me just set my pointer to the source systems on the left side, which could be anything between EHR systems, electronic health records, like the clinics, the hospital information systems, imaging, and this is for the X-rays, the MRIs, also known as the DICOM standard, genomics, and precision medicine analytics. That is also something we see a lot of traction in the market today. And third-party data sources, usually in a large organization, whether it's a research organization or in a healthcare entity, you have your clinical data sets, but you also have what we call non-clinical data sets. This could be anything from social determinants of health data sets, statistical data set from the region, from the population, from the cohort you are serving and you are providing care to. Also, we have the IoMT, and this is the Internet of Medical Things, which is really comes down to the medical devices. This is also important to mention in the healthcare settings. I usually see there are two different types of medical devices. There are the, if you will, the institutional or the provider devices. This is when you go to the hospital, they take your blood pressure, they take your blood measurement, heart rate, spirometry, lung tests. These are the devices that actually exist in the hospitals, and you want to integrate it with the system. But there is also the consumer health devices. And this is like the Fitbit, the Apple Watch, the Google Watch, what have you. These are all considered as IoMT, and they would go through the same ingestion pipeline. And all the other enterprise data. Again, a healthcare organization is an organization, and they have the other organizational data that comes from the CRM and the ERP systems. So what we would do is to ingest the data sets from these various data sources into our healthcare APIs, and then extend them to query endpoints to enable building intelligence, analytics, data insights, and machine learning and AI models. Once this is all set up and built, we have the last mile of our technology, which is really down to the end user, to the business user, to the clinical users, and to the patients. Of course, all of it runs on a scalable cloud, on a high trust and high compliance setup within our Azure. Now, what does that really mean in technical terms? Okay, so for the ingestion, as we talked about, it could be anything from EHRs or EMRs. These usually communicate with healthcare standards, healthcare messaging standards like HL7 and FHIR. But we also ingest from IoT devices, which is a little bit different because these are more of measurement and vital signs, data sets that have been pushed on, and the frequency is rather different for IoT than the FHIR on the HL7. And then you also have the DICOM, which is the medical imaging, and this is also a lot different from the two above. Usually the data volumes are way higher because you're dealing with image files, like a graphical file, so they take just large volumes. So the way we ingest them is rather different than the other two. And then the ingestion will move to our FHIR API. Now, in the following slides, in a couple of minutes, I'll be talking about the evolution of our FHIR API. As we speak today, there are three flavors of them. There is the FHIR server open source, which is something we provided on GitHub, ready to deploy on Azure, fully open sourced. And we have the managed service of that. We have the first party Azure service in Azure that we manage and we provision for you. And we take all of the DevOps aspects, the maintenance aspect, and the SLA aspect of that deployment. This is the Azure API for FHIR, what we have actually today in production. But we are in a preview for the next generation, which is called the Azure Healthcare APIs. And I'll get to talk to them in a bit. Now, these APIs are really APIs. So an API, by definition, is something that is RESTful, that is JSON-based, and it's really meant to interact and interface with front-end applications, with applications that are transactional in nature, where you send every time a patient is admitted, every time a patient has visited a facility, received a lab result, that's when you send data. Same with the physician. When you have a patient visit, you want to pull the patient record for that particular visit when you're talking to that patient. So the way you interact with the data set is very transactional and it's very API based. Get patient, put patient, post patient, things of the like. When we move to the next level, I'm dealing with multiple thousand patients. How do I do data analytics on an API level? Now, there are certainly ways you could have some API endpoint that give you some sort of aggregation and averages, but that isn't really where the industry is headed for multiple reasons. One, when we think about throttling and the API request limits, you think about the response time, you think about blocking the transactional system because you're doing high compute analytics workload on the same database behind the scene. So for all these good reasons, the common sense is to shift the data set from a transactional store that is really very well designed and very well serving an API endpoint to a analytical store that is not designed to respond, to a get patient or post patient APIs, but it's really designed to run queries that are historical, that are population based, aggregation, segregation of data, segmentation of data. So that's the whole notion, is really to move on from a transactional store to an analytical store. And to do that in our services, we have the export option, which is really taking a dump of your transactional database into a JSON or Parquet format in a data lake. So this will, one, offload the pressure from the transactional database, and two, will give you a full-scale environment to run any high compute queries. The other aspect of it is what we call the CNAPP sync for Fire. And I'm sorry, I have a typo here, just realized. CNAPP sync for Fire, it's really building on the export. And that is specific to the Parquet format, not the JSON format. And for those who aren't aware of differences between these two formats, the JSON format, I think everyone is aware of. It's the one that you would see in any JavaScript, in any web development API response. The Parquet format is rather different. It isn't really meant for exchanging, objects over the internet, over the HTTPS. It's really meant for storing large data sets in a normalized and relational way, though on a file system, not on a database. So the Parquet format, if you think about it, think about a CSV file, which is really very tabular. CSV files are text files. Parquet, on the other hand, are binary files that are compressed and that are columnar indexed. So they have column indexes or indices on the columns they have inside the tables. And they exist in a data lake. So they are a data lake format. And the top layer of that, there is a Spark open source Delta Lake, DELTA, Delta Lake. This is something that sits on top of the Parquet folder to give you a little bit more utility when it comes to read and write, and when it comes to versioning and travel and time feature set. Bottom line for you today is to know that our Fire API has a native integration that is currently in an open source project, will become part of the healthcare API services think by the summertime. And what it really does, it will take the data set from the database behind the transactional API, export it into a Parquet folder, and then use our serverless SQL pool and Synapse to provide SQL views to them. And I'm really planning to show you a little demo for that, just that you know how it looks and how it feels. And as you export data sets and as you interact with the downstream analytics, sometimes your data set will stay within your organization because your immediate researchers, your immediate clinicians are running some analytics. But sometimes your organization is part of a larger organization, and they exchange data sets between those facilities and health units. Think about a university hospital with multiple departments, multiple colleges that uses these data sets. So when you start thinking about sharing the clinical data sets, you start thinking about de-identification. And this is something we have already built within our FHIR API, so that when you execute the export, you will have the opportunity to de-identify certain data elements. We follow the HIPAA standard named the Safe Harbor. It has 18 data elements to be stripped from the export, and that's what we actually do. And the way we do it, it's fully configurable. The configuration is fully available on GitHub. If we get some time, I'll show you where that is. So you could take the de-identification the way we set it up, and you could extend it from there on to meet your own needs. Now we have the data sets available, and we can do a high volume data analytics. The extra connectors we have are really our Power Platform connectors, talking to our Power BI and Power Apps. So there is a native connector in Power BI that connects all the way straight through the FHIR API without actually needing to export and have the Synapse or the Parquet folders in between. You could go right away from Power BI to the FHIR API. And this is really a very interesting feature, because the FHIR API and the FHIR standards, by definition, is built on a JSON format, which is not really very conducive to tabular reportings and to the standard way of how you would run a report. So you still need that transformation to normalize the JSON into more a tabular format to run your analytics or your reports from. The Power BI connector natively does that for you, and I'm hoping we will have some time, and I'll show you that today as well. And I was also hoping to show you some demo on the FHIR API, but I've done something to my environment half an hour ago, and I messed something up with the authentication. If it works out, we'll do it. If it doesn't work out, feel free to connect with me offline. Happy to demo that on another occasion. Cool. Now, the healthcare services I just talked about in the previous slide, these are available on Azure. Some of them are actually open source. But we went even further. We provided what we call the healthcare architectures. We provided scenarios of, hey, you are a hospital and you're dealing with precision medicine, genomics. So what are the components that you will be using from the healthcare services, but also from the overall Azure ecosystem? So the Microsoft Health architecture, the link you could see here below, gives you a few pre-designed reference architectures for a few healthcare integration scenarios. I think it's a good resource just to have something as a baseline. And when you think about a candidate architecture or how you go around a certain design you're thinking about, I think this comes very handy. All right. So I'll talk to you now about the evolution of our Azure API. Where did it start? Where is it today? And where is it headed? It all started probably 3-4 years back, around the 2017, 2018, when our engineering team started investing in building Azure services to provide a Fire server. Now, the Fire server, the Fire standard, is an industry standard. It isn't a Microsoft standard. So our team built a repository of basically a database and an API on top to give you the endpoint that are conformant to the Fire standard from the HL7 organization. The project initially came as an open source project. It is still open source all the way until today. And what our engineering teams usually do, they would release the features in the open source version, and then they would productize it into our managed service. So this was the initial release. You have the link. It's available on GitHub. And what's interesting to notice here, you will have the option to deploy Azure SQL database or Azure Cosmos database, which is a NoSQL JSON-based database. So you have two options when you go to the open source option. Soon after, we provided a managed service, and it's actually available in Canada since last year. It leverages the same components that you will have in the open source, but this is fully managed by Microsoft, fully deployed by Microsoft. You consume it as any other Microsoft Azure service you have. This is available today in Canada and in many other countries. And again, I was hoping to provide a demo on this, so let's see how it goes. After we released the Azure API, we realized we need to address also the IOMT and the DICOM market, and there is a significant demand for these services as such. So we come up with the IOMT Fire connector, yet again, as an open source project. And what it really does, again, as I mentioned, IOMT data profiles are a little bit different than the Fire and HL7 data profiles. If you think about your Fitbit or heart rate, if your watch is collecting any vitals, like your heart rate, number of steps, usually the pattern of these data sets are smaller in size, higher in frequency. So we need to come up with a way to be able to ingest as a high rate for a smaller data set, and to be able to normalize and aggregate and transform the ingestion data element coming from the IOMT devices all the way to the Fire standard. So this is what the IOMT connector really does. Okay, so if you think about your Apple Watch, and if you're doing, for example, cycling, the distance and the heart rate and the calories that were calories that were burned, the distance that you have completed, they come with a certain format from the Apple Watch. It is not the Fire format. So we'll take that measures, we will formalize it, and sometimes we aggregate it. So if you think about your steps, do you really want to push a step count every 5 minutes, or does it make more sense to push your step count by the end of the day? So depending on how the integration works, you could have a little bit more control about the aggregation. So if I'm receiving your heart rate every minute, I would want to aggregate your heart rate for the entire day as an average, or maybe for the entire hour as an average, and then persisted in the Fire format in our Fire API. Our next one is the DICOM imaging, and this one usually you will be you will be receiving large data sets. And they are large because, again, they have graphical content, the X-rays, the MRIs, what have you. So what happens behind the scene with the DICOM service, again, it's an open source one. It follows the DICOM web standard. And we take these images, we save them on an Azure storage, but then we would extract some metadata from these images. For example, the patient details, the radiologist annotations, the dates, the place when it happened, and the type of the findings. Those metadata will then be same story. They will be aggregated, transformed, and persisted into our FHIR API. So let me just recap. We have a FHIR API that is available open source and as a managed service. We have an IOMT service that is available as an open source. And we have a DICOM service that is also available as an open source. Now, you're probably not going to be very much surprised to know that we have now put together the Azure Healthcare APIs, which is really a combination of all these three major services we've been developing in parallel, starting from the open source, and now we're moving into the managed service. So the vision we have with this healthcare APIs is that we'll have one centralized workspace, one centralized API for you, within which you could spin up different services. I could spin up a FHIR service, an IoT connector, or a DICOM API service. But I'm still within the realm of the healthcare APIs. And the beauty of that, or the utility of that, really comes down to the observability and the manageability. So instead of dealing with 3 or 4 different deployments, because I'm doing all the 3 flavors of the FHIR, it's really one service. And it follows the same standards. I could have the same RBAC controls, and I could have the same disaster recovery on them. You get the point. So this service isn't available yet today as a GA. It's available only in preview. I think it's targeting going GA by spring this year. All right, so we've been talking a lot about the services we have in Azure, but I do want to take a step back and talk about the FHIR standard itself. If you are aware of the standard, that's great. If you aren't aware, I just want to give you some background to understand where the standard came from and where is it today and how did we come to this point. So it started all the way in the late 80s from something called version 2 or 2.x. So there is 2.1, 2.8, 2.9. In a sense, it's the same schema, the same format, but the data elements always go through revisions and they get updated with the newer versions. So the 2.x was pretty much the dominant version of the HL7 until recent years. In the following slides, I'll show you examples of the 2.x version, and I'll show you some challenges with that version, for which 3.x was developed. And I think it was developed in the mid-90s as a concept, and it really rolled out in the mid-2000s, 2005, 2007. This is when it started to get some tractions. It, in my opinion, brought even more challenges than the version 2 standard for various reasons. But the adoption of version 3 was really, really lacking in the market. Today, it's very, very rare to see healthcare organizations using version 3. It's usually version 2. So what happened, the HL7 community, which is, again, it's a public community that looks after the healthcare standards, HL7 and the FHIR. So when they realized that the version 3 wasn't really getting any traction, they rightfully so looked into the reasons and tried to modernize that version. And they come up with the FHIR standard as the latest and the greatest version of it. And this one is really taking a lot of traction in the market for really major reasons. It was done the right way. It is JSON based, it is RESTful based, which the two earlier versions did not support. So in the market, the project that I get to work on today, it's really either version 2 or FHIR. And generally, everyone is on version 2 and everyone is moving to FHIR. That is the trend we're living in today. I haven't seen any version 3 in my own project. So this is a sample of version 2. The message you could see down there, it's how the message actually looks. Not very human readable, not very machine readable. But the way it works, this is a message, and there are different messages. There is admission message, there is encounter message, there is a procedure, observation, booking message. Within the message, you have the notion of segment. A segment is really a line in that message. Every line is a segment. And the line starts with the message, with the segment header. This defines what this segment is. In this case, it's the MSH, that's the message header segment. The second one is the patient ID segment. The third one here is the patient visit segment. And this is, I think, the order collection or something segment. The full details available in this list I provided here from a Toronto company, Smile CDR. They are very known in the space, and they published all the segment types. The segment types is a public definition. It's available on the HL7 webpage, but I really like their listings. And then within the segment, you see there is the pipe separations. So these pipes will give you the positioning. So this is position 0, position 1, position 2, position 3, 4, 5, 6, and there you go. In every position, there is a data element. So this is how the schema is defined. For example, this position here indicates the message type, and it's ADT03. ADT stands for admission, and 03 is the number of them. There are a few ADT messages. ADT03 is one of them. So that's the message type. Okay. This is, I would want to bet, is the message version. So it's HL7 2.3. So when you serialize this back, you know the positioning, you have the schema for it. So you know position 5 is this, position 6 is this. And if you have nothing to, if you want to keep the position empty, if you have, for example, no information for the message version or for the message type, you leave it empty in this way. You just, you collapse the pipes, which means this position is actually empty. I just don't have a value for it. You go to the patient ID positioning, same story here. I could see here that's maybe the first name, middle name, and then the last name. That's probably a birth date. That's probably a gender. But I'm guessing right now, you could go through the specs. You would know exactly in which position, which data element you'll be having. So just by looking into it, I think you would appreciate this is a very dated data presentation system. Today, we deal with JSON, YAML files, CSV files, Parquet, what have you. So this is not really efficient. You can't really read it in an easy way. You can't enforce any schema on it. So you can't say this should be a date format. Everything is text and everything is pipe delimited. Extensibility is not really very convenient. Serialization, deserialization is very painful. Data validation isn't really cool. And I can't really use it in any web integration endpoints. I can't send this as a JSON. It just doesn't make sense. So I have to transform it. So there is a lot of transformation in HL7 projects, generally speaking. Then version, sorry, this is exactly what I just explained, how the thing's been parsed based on their positioning within the HL7 segments. And then you have version 3 coming up. So on the left-hand side, you see a version 2. And on the right-hand side, you see a version 3 of, I don't think it's the exactly same message, but it is comparable message. You could tell these are about labs, and I think observations in here are equivalent of the labs tests. So the advantages in the version 3 that you would want to acknowledge is, well, it is using XML, so that's a huge step forward. But I think where it missed the mark, the complexity of the schemas and the XSDs you will have to learn and be able to manage to generate and consume these messages. So you can see there's this SRV schema, there is the SIOO schema. So you need to know what these schemas are and what do they expect and how many are they. It wasn't really put in a very conducive way. I wish there was just one schema and everyone follows one schema, but there are just too many schemas and too many derivatives of these schema, let alone the customization for every single organization. So it became really a schema challenge to know, okay, can I read this message? How can I read this message? You can't actually read this message until I provide you with the schemas. If the schemas were the standard schemas, then you kind of okay because you could find them in the HL7 community. But if they customize, first of all, you wouldn't know. Second of all, you will have to get them from the provider. And if you're doing all that, isn't it just easier to give me a table instead? Like, why are you sending me all this information? I just need a presentation of the encounter. So this is where the struggle came to the being in the HL7 format. Yes, the serialization was very painful, but the schema were more or less standardized. In the X3, the serialization became a little bit more efficient because it's XML. But how do I read this XML? I need the schemas, and it becomes a schema dilemma. And also, if you notice, the data size. Because of all the declaration, XML is very declarative. So all the annotation and declaration, the schema name, the element name, the quotation mark, the larger sign, smaller sign, all the XML annotations here, they took a lot of real estate when you think about the bits and bytes that you need first to send over the wire and second to persist somewhere as a source of truth. So the volume just exploded. If you look at this example, the values you see in red are the actual message values. The values that you see in blue, these are just the schema values. Think about this for a second. Look in HL7.2. There is literally no schema values other than the 3 letters in the beginning of each segment. These are the only schema values identifier. Everything else is the meat, is the actual data that you're transferring. Look at here. Visually, it appears as though 60-70% of the message is just declarations. It's not the actual data. Okay. And so FHIR was born to address this problem. It needs to be a future protocol, a future-proof protocol. So they moved from the XML and the pipe delimited to a JSON protocol. But they leveraged all the good concepts of the HL7 version 2 and version 3, which is really the resources, the so-called resources. The easiest way to understand what the resource is basically a table or an entity if you're an object-oriented developer. Okay. So everything is defined as an entity, and these are highly relational entities. So the example you see right here, you're seeing some 6 entities. You would see the procedure is very central part, is the highly correlated part with all the other 5 entities. But objectively, patient is probably the most important entity amongst all. Or maybe the practitioner, depending on how you look at it. Okay? But this is how it works. It's highly relatable, and these are distinct objects. So in the FHIR standards, they are resources. If you use any type of SDKs, they will be classes or objects in your development. And the essence of the FHIR standard, as opposed to the version 2 and version 3, it needs to be an API. So if I want to pull a patient, I have to say get patient, just like I would do with any other API. The prior versions, they never actually said anything about how do you expose, how do you serve the standard. It was only focused on defining the standard, and it was left on how you implement it. And the implementation usually happened in a way that you would transform these data into a tabular format in a database, relational database. On top, you will build your own API, which is not a standard compliant API. You will build it however you want to build it. And then we're back to the same loop. We don't have a standard. Everyone is running different APIs. The FHIR addressed that exact problem. We need to build standard APIs based on standard entities, period. Don't talk about databases. Don't talk about transformation. So this is how a FHIR resource would look like. It starts with some metadata, and then some URL definitions, and then you start, the patient level information, the first name, last name, gender, patient demographics. Looks very much JavaScript-ish. Any developer, any web developer, backend developer could easily read the standard without having to struggle a lot to find out, how to read this. And most importantly, it's available as an API. So I just counted them this morning. There are roughly 146 resources. Actually, not roughly, they are exactly 146 resources in the FHIR standard today. Now, this is not a frozen standard, it's a very living standard. So if I check probably a few months from now, a few weeks from now, chances are more entities being added to the list. So you see the patient entity that we just saw, and then there is the provider or the practitioner entity, which is somewhere here as well. I'm not just spotting it as we speak, but it's definitely here, practitioner. And then the person and the group. So even the distinction between a patient and person, I find it really interesting because it's very object-oriented thinking, and it's really nice to see how far they went into it. Now, these are the standard entities. They are all extensible, and you could also define your own entities. My only caution on that is, of course, you can do that. The technology and the standard will allow you to do that. But if you do it, please do it when there is a legit reason to do it. Okay? Because if we continue building our own customization, you will at some point hit the mark where your customized entities overwhelmingly taking over the standard entities, and then there is no standard anymore. So always default back to the standard entities. I've tried a few scenarios in designing solutions on FHIR version 4. I really have to tell you, they are very well thought. They are very well designed. sometimes the relationships aren't really what you have expected. Sometimes you need a little bit more relationships and they're not actually related. That's probably something I came across a couple of times. But other than that, the resources and their attributes are very rich and they could cover really, I would say, majority of your use cases. All right, demo time. Before we jump to the demo time, let's do some time check, and also want to check and see if we have any questions. Whoa, lots of comments. Sorry, I didn't see the comments. I'm not sure if the meeting here will allow people to unmute and ask questions. If you could please do it. And if you can't, give me just 1 minute to skim over, see if I missed a major question. All right, so I see a question from Marcus. What is the average cost? A very good question. I'll share my screen again. Sorry, 1 second. Let me just share my internet window. Okay, I'm sharing my my Chrome window so I could actually see the questions and go through them. So Marcus is asking for the average cost. This is actually very easy to find out. We have the Azure pricing calculator. Okay, it's public. It's available to everyone. It's one price for all. And you would come in here, and you will go after the Azure Fire. So this is the healthcare API. The pricing point, Marcus, is split between service runtime and provisioned request units and the storage. Okay. To explain that a little bit more, in the provisioned service, and the one that you see in here, we deploy that right now on Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB is measured by request units. Strongly suggest you look into this to understand what that really means. But usually, 500 to 1,000 RUs is a decent starting point if you're just doing development. I think 400 is the entry point. This is just to do straightforward development. And then you have the runtime, which is really the API sitting on top of the Cosmos DB. If you're going to keep the API running the entire month, this is how much it will cost. Storage usually is not, like if you go with 1 terabyte, if you go to 1 terabyte, it's 250 a month. If you're going with 10 gigabytes, it's usually cost is very low on any storage. So that's how you would know the cost. Okay. All right. I'm looking into the questions. Yeah, so I see Bruno is commenting on the XML and the JSONs. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Bruno. All right. Any other questions? Okay, no further questions. So let me share my other screen now. Cool. So this is my Azure portal. I think it's too small. Let me get a little bit bigger. This is the Fire API I have spawned. You could see it has an HTTP endpoint. It shows the version of the Fire running behind the scene. It's the Fire API. And this is the throughput, 400, as I just mentioned. Okay. So this is pretty much what you see from the Fire API from within the Azure portal. The way you connect with it, like any other API endpoint. So I have my Postman set up. And for those who are not aware of Postman, it's just an API. It's a tool to help you ping and query APIs online. So there are full documentations about how you set the Fire API in Azure and also how to connect the Postman to the Fire API. If you are a web developer, you're probably very familiar with it. And you just set up the URLs to the endpoints, and you get your authentication and bearer token, and there you go. So I'm able to get my bearer token here. The first thing you do with any Fire API is to get what they call the capability statement. And that will be, it's a standard. So every Fire URL, if you put a slash and metadata, it will give you back the capability statement. And what that really means, the Fire standard is an industry standard. Every vendor, so we, Microsoft being a vendor in this case, implements as many features as we could do. But the features are always adding up. So we're probably one step behind or two steps behind, and we're working on that every day. Okay. So are the other vendors. So the capability statement is where you declare, okay, I am a Fire server. I am following the Fire standards. And by the way, these are all the resources and all the activities and actions I support in my Fire API. This is not a Swagger documentation. So just to be clear, this is a business statement, not a technical statement. Declaring all the services, all the entities that are being used and supported within this Fire server. If you want to have a Swagger service, that is a different thing. That is something that you will have to build. Okay. And then the way you interact with the service, which again, I managed to break it just before my demo. Pretty much a very standard API. Get the URL -patient, it will return all the patients. It's not working for me now. Again, I messed something with my authentication. It isn't working. But this is how it would have worked, and you would receive a JSON with the patient details, or in this case, with the all the patients you have in the API. Same thing if you want to create a patient, is going to be a post. So you post to the URL /patient, and then this is how you structure your content, your body. You put the ID and then the details here, how you actually structure them. It needs to match the standard. If you're not matching the standard, you will get an error coming back. So this is all going to go into the Fire API, which is, again, behind the scene. You don't see it, but behind the scene, there is a Cosmos DB, which is a very transactional DB. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, I do want to show you the data lake export of my Fire API. So I did set up the sync Fire to Synapse sync to Fire. So I'm actually able to export periodically every 5 minutes, incrementally, all my Fire API data sets into a data lake or a storage account in Azure. So this is my storage account in Azure, and I have a container for it. I'm sorry. I think that's the container. Yes. I have a file container. When I say a container, it's not a Docker container. It is just, it's a folder inside my Azure storage account. And the way it works, it will spit out all the resources, all the file resources in a Parquet format. And if you are aware of the Parquet format, or if you're not, that's also okay. The way it works, it will structure the folders in a time series manner. So you will have the year, the month, and the day. And then you have the Parquet file. Okay. And the extra mile for this, we spin up a Synapse database from which I could actually query this file. So let me take you right there. This is my Synapse for Fire database. And in this case, I'm using the serverless SQL. Okay. So this is my serverless SQL database. It looks as though it's a SQL database, but it actually isn't. This is only a metadata pointing to the Parquet folders as external tables. So there is no physical representation of this database. This is just a virtual references to these Parquet folders. So this is the device that I just showed you on the data lake side, the storage account side. And now I'm going to query and just make the query a little bit easier for you. And because this is serverless, probably going to take some 10 seconds or so to warm up. It's the first time I'm running it today. Yeah. So now I'm actually being able to find all my data right in a SQL format from my Synapse. Cool. All right. I think that's the content I have for you today. Sorry, let me stop my share. I want to use maybe the last minute or two, again, open up the stage. If you have any questions, thank you, Bruno, for coming up.
Thanks to you, I managed. Yes, I managed to change everything. My computer, the main one, it's dead, so I get to a new one. Hey, this is what's happening in the background. Thanks very much, Mustafa. Hey, I was talking about JSON and now XML first, then JSON. It's nice to see how we are getting there. And oh my God, there are so much stuff here to learn and share. Thanks a lot. We are probably going to have a 2 minutes break until Ashraf is online. So we are going to connect in 2 minutes. Thanks. Oh, Ashraf is here. Let me add him to the stream. Thank you very much, Mustafa. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend. Bye. Hi, Ashraf.
Hello. Hey. Hello, everyone. Hey, Mustafa. Hey, Bruno.
Good
Nice
to
to see you
again.
guys. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year, everyone. Hello, Ashraf. See you. Mustafa, I will let you go. Give the floor
Thank you very
to
much.
Ashraf.
We'll catch up, Ashraf. Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, goodbye.
Sure. Take care. Thanks, Mustafa.
Ashraf, it's a pleasure to see you, my friend. As usual,
you.
this is our excuse to have some time together. Do you want to
Thank
share
you.
your screen?
Absolutely. Share screen. So I'm not sure which screen do you see now. Screen two.
There it is. Let me add it here. And I will leave you. Do you want camera on or off? It's up to you.
That doesn't matter. Yeah, you can keep
Perfect.
it if you want. That's okay.
The floor is yours, Ashraf. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruno. Hello, everyone. Happy New Year, everyone, and thanks again for surviving till the last session of the day. I'm so happy to be here with you today, and thanks for attending the Global AI Bootcamp event for the first event for in 2022. I'm happy actually to talk to you about one of my favorite topics, which is about AI and cognitive services in Power BI. So a little bit background about myself before we deep dive into the topic today. My name is Ashraf Ghanem. I'm the leader of the Power Platform user group community. We started this user group as Power BI user group community like more than 6 years ago to build a community of practice and share knowledge and experience around Power BI. Then this community actually evolved to become like the Power Platform user group community. I'm also a frequent speaker in several Microsoft events like Ignite, the Build, the Global AI, Azure Bootcamps, Power BI Days, and several meetups as well. I'm also the co-organizer of the Toronto Power BI World Tour event, the Global Power Platform Bootcamps, and so many other events around Power Platform in general and Power BI in particular. I'm also the Power BI champion at the Viz for Social Good, which is non-for-profit organization to help other non-for-profit organization to make good use of their data using the technology that can allow to deep dive into the data and get more insights and share that with those organizations to help drive certain action and decisions as well. And because of all my community contribution, I have been awarded the Microsoft MVP. Uh, Last year was my fourth year in a row, and I'm hoping actually to get it for in 2022 as well. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm also the co-author of the first Power BI MVP book. It's written by another 21 MVPs, Power BI MVPs from all over the world, and I'm so happy to represent Canada and co-authoring this book. And the chapter I wrote in this book was about AutoML capabilities inside Power BI. And also, I'm the co-author of the first Microsoft AI MVP book. Again, same concept. It's written by 16 MVP AI gurus from all over the world, and I'm so happy to represent Canada and co-authoring this book as well. And the chapter I wrote in this book was about AI and cognitive services in Power BI. Those two books are available in Amazon, and I encourage everyone to check them out. And the the income and the revenue that comes from those books, they go to a charity. So it's a win-win situation. So you can help the community as well as gain some knowledge as well. That's pretty much it about myself. Then we can deep dive into the topic. But again, before also we deep dive into the Power BI itself, I would like just to give you an overview around what do we mean by cognitive services in general. I'm sure so many of the other speakers before me talked about that, but I just want to give you a quick hint here about what do we mean by AI cognitive services. So it's Azure cognitive services that is available, and it can be consumed in so many other ways. It can be consumed directly through an app that you develop, then you can infuse those AI cognitive services capabilities inside your app, or you can leverage them inside some of the other Microsoft tools like Power BI and Power Apps. Uh, what are those services actually? Those services are meant to mimic and allow the computer to understand some of the human cognitive abilities like vision, speech, language, knowledge, search. What do you mean by that? Like vision, does it mean that the computer can see? Yeah, yes or no? It depends on the definition of the vision, but what we mean here by the vision is to allow the computer to detect objects within a picture or a video. Also, the speech, again, to allow the computer to comprehend and understand the voice interaction with the human being, and able to understand and detect the language, do some translation, extract the text from the speech, etc. Language as well, language detection, text sentiment analysis, extraction of key phrases, etc. So those are just some examples of what we mean by the AI cognitive services that are available in Azure, and that can be consumed and leveraged by some other tools like Power BI. And I will give you a demo now how to leverage some of those capabilities inside Power BI. So when we talk about AI and ML in Power BI, the spectrum is so huge and so wide as you see here. Uh, we can start from the very left. Let us start with that, which is the infusion of some AI powered self service capabilities inside the tool itself. So you don't even know that you actually use some of those AI and auto ML cognitive or services inside the tool itself, because it's infused already as feature in the tool itself, either in the visual side or some of the services that are available in Power BI. Like for example, quick insights. So quick insights is nothing more than some of the services, very advanced services that can run against your data, and can catch some of the insights that could be interesting for you as a starting point to deep dive into the data and get more in depth and targeted insights if you want. But this is just a starting point. So it can identify for you some outliers, some interesting correlations that you have never thought of before, etc. Also, the Q&A service, which will allow you to actually ask Power BI in plain English language certain question, and Power BI cognitive services behind the scene will understand exactly your question and get you the answer based on the question you asked. For example, you can ask the data or the Power BI based on the model that the Power BI has. What are my top 5 countries when it comes to sales, for example? So this is will be comprehended behind the scene and understood as a question, and will be translated into a query to run against the data and rank the data and give you the answer based on the question that you asked. So you don't need to write a SQL query. You don't need to understand all the nitty-gritty technical details of Power BI. You can just submit your question and you will get the right answer. Also, AI are infused in some of the visuals inside Power BI, and those visuals are very, very powerful to give you some in-depth insights that can be very, very time-consuming if you do those manual, like things like the decision tree, the the key influencers, and so on. Also, smart narratives. The smart narratives also is the ability or one of the core strong features in Power BI that can allow Power BI to understand and summarize for you the story behind all the visuals that you have in your dashboard, and can give you a very high level summary in a narrative way. So it translates actually all the key interesting findings that you can see in the visual, but instead of writing those comments yourself as a designer in the Power BI, Power BI is doing that behind the scene in a very dynamic way. So it's not a static text, because it's also very contextual and based on the interaction that you have with your dashboard. So when you click on something, the narrative will adjust based on the context and based on the filters that you apply already in Power BI. So as you see here, those are very ready-made features out of the box, fused already built in inside Power BI. And as a designer or a user, we don't have any control over those. We can just use those features. Then the second column here, which will be the focus of our session today, and the demo will be around that, which is some of the key AI cognitive services that are available in Azure, and we can consume them within Power BI. We don't have to go to the Azure. We don't have to use the cognitive services API that Mustafa talked about in the previous session. But from within Power BI itself, we can leverage some of those features inside Power BI. Things like sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, image tagging, and language detection. I'll talk more in details about those features later in the demo. Also, we have some AutoML capabilities also inside Power BI. And those are AutoML capabilities inside Power BI will allow us to build our own model from scratch based on our data. So it's not a pre-trained model like what we have in the AI cognitive services, but it's our own data. So we build a model based on our historical data, and we can build a model using some AutoML capabilities or to allow us to do some classical machine learning models like predictions, classification, regression, and forecasting using our own data. So we build a model inside Power BI using our own historical data, leveraging the AutoML capabilities. So we don't have to be a data scientist per se. You don't have to write a Python, lengthy Python scripts to build a model. It's actually you are relying on the AutoML capabilities inside Power BI to build the model for you. Unfortunately, this is going to be out of the scope of this session today because we have very limited time anyway. But I always talk about those features and some other events. So if you follow me, I hope you can see some of those demos in the future. Uh, Also, Power BI is allowing the extension or has the extension capabilities to extend Power BI to use R and Python. So if you are a hardcore data scientist and you want to build everything from scratch using R and Python, Power BI has this flexibility also to allow you to do that from scratch. And Azure integration, as I mentioned earlier, it's fully integrated with all the services that you can see and do in Azure, and you can consume that and integrate that in a seamless way with Power BI. Things like Azure ML capabilities in Azure, so you can build a model in Azure and consume it in Power BI. You can use Azure frameworks and other cognitive services APIs that you can have in Azure, but you can consume it in in Power BI through APIs. There are pros and cons for each one of those, and I hope this will become clear as we move forward with our presentation and demo as well. So as I said, those the first two features are already available inside Power BI, uh, uh, and we can leverage them without any need of extensive understanding of data science or machine learning, etc., because they are already ready to use pre-trained models, and we can just like click, double click, and go. So it's very minimal understanding that is needed actually to leverage and use and consume those services inside Power BI. All what you really need to understand is the input and how you interpret the output. That's it. And again, the core focus for our session today, based on the limited time that we have, is those features here, and we will deep dive into those ones. So just keep in mind, cognitive services in Power BI are premium features. Unfortunately, they are not available for free users. This is considered one of the premium features that requires premium capacity or embedded features or premium per user at least. So even if you don't, even your organization doesn't have the premium capacity to cover the entire organization, you can leverage those features using the premium per user license to be able to use and leverage those services inside Power BI. So let us deep dive now into what we mean exactly by each one of those. Language detection. So specifically from the Power BI perspective, language detection is the ability to detect the language. So if you have like a free text that it comes to your organization through like a customer reviews or social media comments, for example, this feature is allowing you to actually do some to detect the language that this review was written in, or the tweet, and I'll give you the ability to understand which language is that. I believe this will be one very first step before we take it to the translation level, which I hope it will come in the future. But right now, that language detection is one of the built-in features that we can do and use right away because it's a readily available feature for us. And so far, it supports 120 languages and return your language name and ISO identifier, which is the short identifier for those languages. The second feature or service that we have, the cognitive services that we have in Power BI, is the key phrase extraction. Again, same concept. If you have free text, it can identify the key phrases and keywords actually in each comment, and you can build some dashboard and visualization on the top of that. Also, sentiment analysis, which is the ability to score the sentiment in the free text. And again, it could be customer reviews or comments or tweets or whatever, and score that sentiment anywhere between 0 and 1. And 0 is considered obviously as extremely negative, and 1 also is considered like extremely positive comment or review. Then the last feature here, which is the image tagging, which is the ability to actually identify the objects within a picture. Yes, Power BI can handle that, and actually technically cognitive services can handle that. So you can pass the image to the cognitive services inside Power BI, and the image detection or image tagging will allow us to detect certain objects inside the image and identify those objects. I had done this demo before, again in the past, and I hope also if you follow me in the future, I will do this demo again to let you know how you can use that to build the dashboard and the visualization in Power BI based on image tagging services. Now it's time to demo some of those cognitive services, and the focus for me today will be about text analytics actually, and I leave the image tagging to another event. I do apologize because I have been suffering from a nasty cough for a week. I hope it's just a regular flu or cold, nothing more serious. Sure, if you can see my screen. I don't see my screen yet. Okay, cool. I think there is a delay, a little bit of delay here between what I see on the screen and what I present. So, just to give you a sense of the data that I'm going to use in this demo, this is a data set that is available in Kaggle. It's publicly available. Anyone can download it. And it's basically some annotated comments that comes from social media in different languages, as you see here, tweets. They come from Twitter, and the dataset had the tweet ID, the country, the date, and the tweet itself. The dataset itself has some additional features, which is irrelevant to my demo anyway. It's about whether this is definitely English or not. So it's like 0 or 1. Is it English or not? The tweet that comes from the dataset itself. But I will just ignore that and just focus on the Twitter tweet ID, the country, and the date, and then the tweet itself. So I downloaded this dataset, and to get the data in Power BI. Just yeah, in Power BI you can go, and as you know how to upload the data in Power BI, get the data, just choose CSV text. And I also simplified this data set a little bit just to to keep it simple as much as possible. Just focus on the core value of this demo. So as you see here, just simplify this data set to have the tweet ID, the country, the date, and the tweet itself, the pretext tweet. Then just hit transform data because I want to go to the Power Query editor, and I will show you how to use those cognitive services in Power Query editor. So as you see here at the top right corner of the Power Query editor menu, you can see the three cognitive services that I mentioned to you guys earlier. Text analytics, which will be the focus for our session today. Vision, again, image tagging, and also Azure Machine Learning, which will allow us to do AutoML or consume the AutoML capabilities inside Power BI. So this data set is relevant to what we have here as a text analytics. So if you click on that, it will ask you to authenticate, but because I already authenticated before, so it's not asking me again. But in your case, if this is your first time, it will ask you to authenticate. Then it will check your license level. If it is premium or premium per user, will allow you to access those services. So the three services that I mentioned earlier, again, detect language, extract key phrases, score sentiment. Let's go through them one by one. We'll start with detect language. So again, as I told you, it's so simple, very intuitive, so straightforward. What you really need to understand is what is the input here. So the input for us is a column based on the data set we have, and which column is that. So as you see here, because the input is expected to be text, so all the non-text columns in the data set were already automatically excluded for me. So it's preventing me and stopping me from even choosing the incorrect column based on the data type. So the wearer ID, as you see here, was excluded, and the date, because it's date type, was excluded as well. So the only two columns that can be relevant to this service is either country or tweet. Of course, country is not what we need to detect. It's the tweet itself. Once I hit OK, will ask me to raise any privacy concern about the data, so we can just ignore that for now because we have no privacy concerns or issues with this data set. So again, now the service is running against the entire data set, analyzing each each one of the tweets, and is trying now to detect what language that tweet was written. It's taking a little bit longer time here. Not sure why. Okay, here you go. So, yeah. Excuse me. So if you remember our data set, we started with the tweet ID, country, date, and the tweet itself. The output that came after we applied this service is now, as you see here, it's the detected language name and detected language ISO code. And as you see here, we have the full list of all the languages that those tweets were written in: Danish, Dutch, English, French, German, etc. And also we have the short for ISO code for all those languages. Okay, so we are done with that. So I can understand which language now, and then I know the ISO code as well. Then moving forward to the second one, second cognitive feature, or text analytics cognitive feature to be specific here. Okay, the second one is the extract key phrases. And as I mentioned earlier, this service is allowing us now to go through the free text and understand or extract, sorry, the keywords or key phrases inside the free text itself, ignoring some uh, uh, commonly used words or connection words, etc. So just it focuses on the key core key words inside the comment itself. Okay, so the input for us here is again back to the input, which is the tweet itself. I'm going to the same tweet, the original tweet. And as you see here, it's an optional column here uh, for ISO code. Since we did already this in the previous step, so I believe it will be good to use the ISO code that was identified in the previous service, which is language detection, because I believe it should uh, uh, improve the accuracy of the key phrases extraction. So as you see here, the column that came as an output from the previous service is the ISO code. So just click on that, then click OK. See what will happen now as an output of this service. Yep, here you go. So for every single tweet, I have two additional columns now. I have the key words extracted already in commas, and I also have them pivoted as well. As you see here, like for example, let us take one very simple one. This one here. No, that's not the language that I understand, but let us say, yeah, it it pain worse phase you. And as you see here, all of those keywords were extracted already in a different column and pivoted. So if you really need to have one column with all those keywords, you can rely on that columns here. If you don't want that, you can just rely on the keywords that extracted in a comma here from the whole lengthy free text. So this is the original free text. Those are the keywords separated by comma, and those are pivoted already in a vertical way, and expand those words in one column. For the purpose of this demo, I don't want that. I just ignore that, so I can remove this column. And because if you notice, because it was pivoted already, so it duplicated those tweets now. So I don't want this to inflate any numbers that we have when it comes to the sentiment score, which will uh, I'll do it in the next step. So I'll just remove the duplicates now. Duplicate tweets. Okay, cool. So now we are back to every single tweet has one record only, and the key phrases were extracted already in one row with commas to separate each one of those keywords. That's cool. Last, text analytics cognitive services. It's last but not least, because obviously it's the most important one. I'm sure why it's so slow today. It's very interesting. Usually it's pretty fast. Yeah, okay, cool. The last one again, the score of the sentiment itself. And again, it's asking me to identify the input for that. As I said, it's the output the output that we expect is a score to quantify the sentiment in the free text, giving us a score between 0 and 1, where 1 is considered extremely positive and 0 is extremely negative. The input is asking me to identify the input, so that's a column. Which one? Again, is the core tweet itself. I can do the sentiment based on the key phrases, uh, and you can compare the results. But I prefer to go against the original tweet itself with all the whole complete sentences there. Also, it's optional input as well as the language ISO. So I prefer to identify that for as an input as well, because I also believe it should increase the accuracy of the sentiment scoring. That's pretty much it. So just click OK. Sorry, I'm not following any the chat and see if you guys have. Yeah, I think about there was a question about the privacy. Okay, we will tackle the question after we finish the demo, if that is okay for everyone. So as you see here, the output came to me based on the service to give me to score actually the free text that was in the original tweet itself. As you see here, the number, the numbers they vary from 0 to 1 maximum. Anyway, very last step before we proceed to the Power BI dashboard. Just want to go through here and see if we have any. So we have the date, the data type is okay. So those were the input columns. Just want to highlight them. Tweet ID, country, date, tweet. Those are the rest are the output from those cognitive services. The first one is language detection column. I think my computer is slow. Okay. Language detection column, language detected language ISO code, then the key phrases, then the last but not least again is the sentiment score. I just want to change that type to I'm not sure because I'm streaming from my computer is making my computer slow. It seems so. Okay, change that to decimal number because it's actually decimal. Data type is decimal. That's so slow. My apologies, everyone, about this. You can remove those. No, it's not responding. So just remove this. I think because I was enabling some of the profiling distribution features here, and Power Query editors was taking longer time because maybe the dataset is a little bit big. But anyway, disable those and let us hope that it will change the data very faster. Okay, cool. So it's a decimal now. So the last thing I would like to add before I take it to the visualization is we can add additional column, which is a conditional column. As you see here, this is a numerical field, right? So I am interested actually to categorize them into certain category. Which one is negative, which one is positive, and which one is neutral. So to do that, based on a numeric field, because it's not easy to categorize them based on the numbers, unless you create bands and etc. But I can have like easy, straightforward classification conditional column here I can create. So we can say sentiment, and just call it sentiments for now. Then we can go here, take the score, If it is less than or equal to, I want to treat anything that is less than or equal to uh, point 0.3 as negative. Also want to treat anything that is score sentiment is greater than or equal to zero point 0.7 as positive, and everything else is between. Like I took the two extremes, below zero point 0.3 and higher zero point 0.7. Anything else, which is technically anything in the middle, is just you can call it neutral for me. See, as you see here, the conditional column I just created, it just classified the scores here into the three buckets that we identified, whether it's positive or negative or neutral. Then we are good to go now to proceed with building our own dashboard based on the output from example. Not sure about that. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, it's my mistake. I was on the wrong menu. Now, the dataset, including the output from those text analytics cognitive services, is being uploaded now to the Power BI. So now the next step for us while it's loading the data is, as you see here, how can we get more insights from a very well unstructured data like free text and get more insights that can help us actually to take certain actions or make certain decisions. Analyzing text was very complex process, and it doesn't make sense for someone to go through every single comment by every single person to actually identify what is the right action for that and then classify them. The good thing about what we did right now is we transformed very unstructured piece of information that we have, which is a free text, to be more structured, and we can actually use that to build the charts and visualization based on that. Let us see how we can do this quickly. The first one is, if I have a global presence, so for example, so based on the language, extract key phrases, language, based on the language. So I can have the first KPI or first chart or measure in my dashboard about the number of tweets per language. So that can give me a sense of the demographics of my consumers or my users based on the language that they use. Maybe it can help me actually drive certain actions or decision in my organization. Let us take this as a tweet value. So we can have the languages here, the distribution of the language of the responses we get from my customer as a company. We can also have let us say you can see the average sentiment score over time. Obviously, it's going negative, unfortunately. We can move that to date instead of the hierarchical data. So we can see the fluctuation now of the average score over time. We can also do something interesting here based on the key phrases, which is the word cloud. It's not one of the built-in visuals that we have in Power BI, but we can easily get that from the custom visual word. So word the cloud, one of the very popular visuals for to quantify words, and for that we can use what the key phrases. So are the most commonly used keywords in those tweets, and we can just make some adjustments here about the appearance, so we can stop some default words like a, the, and etc. We can do some rotation here. Maybe we can just put that 0 and 0. Okay, that's okay. Also, we can do the tweet itself and get the tweet ID. Tweet ID. And for example, if I'm interested into certain tweets in certain language, I just can click in that and see over time how they look like, the keywords, it's dynamic. If I'm interested in some of the words that got my attention, for example, so I can London, for example. I'm not sure what is going on here when it comes to London. So it can filter also the tweets to give you some of the words that you got your attention here. Temperature, 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 temperature. So you can filter and see all the individual tweets that had this the word temperature here. Also, you can see this. Can see the segmentation of the bands that we created. This sentiment, and we can see the count for each one of those 3 bands, and we can translate that to whatever pie chart, for example, and we can see how many neutral, how many and again you can interact with data. You can also maybe you can split that average score by the band that we created as well, by category. You can do that also here. If I click here, and we can go to the band sentiment and put that in the legend. So you can see the average score for each one separately and how that fluctuates over time as well. Last one, we can also do the tweet ID and score in a table. Oops, sorry. Tweet score. Oops, not this one. Make sure that it's not summarized to get the individual score. Then we can do color code formatting here, conditional format, background color, gradient, sentiment score, and we can treat this and this guy here as green. So we can color code those. So we can also do that and give you color codes for each one of those. Maybe you can just sit here. I'm sorry, we don't have time to make this dashboard pretty, but I'm just giving you some ideas here how we can use very unstructured data that we have in our organization, like free text, and how we can convert that to something more meaningful to my organization, and to analyze that and see whether we have any correlation between certain countries and sentiment score, between certain languages and sentiment score, some keywords that may need my attention because it can help me improve my service or my product, etc. So I can click on that and see exactly the exact tweet or the comment that has this word, and it can actually allow me to go through the individual tweets and get more and more insights about those tweets. That's pretty much what I have. I know that we have to leave the last 5 minutes to wrap up the event. So thanks again, everyone. And feel free to connect with me after this event if you have any further question. The last question about privacy, I noticed that please, 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 anything around privacy, please review Oracle documentation about privacy for cognitive services. because it's very, very important to understand whether this service is compliant with some of the industrial standards like HIPAA or FIPA or whatever. So there is huge, complete, extensive, thorough documentation about each one of those services and whether they are compliant with those standards or not. The majority of them, as far as I know, they are compliant, but it's you better actually go and check that yourself if you deal with sensitive data in your organization before you make any decision about pushing those any of the data here to those services, because the services does read your data, but what is shared, what is not shared, this will be more clear and accurate in the documentation from Microsoft, and I encourage you to check the documentation before you use those services if you deal with this sensitive information about any identifiable information that you are concerned about. But when it comes to those tweets, for example, tweets are publicly available anyway, and we are not pushing any identifiable information to the service to detect the language or provide the sentiment score. So it depends also how you design your data model and your data set before you actually push it to those cognitive services to make use of them. So you can remove all the identifiable information before you leverage those services. That's pretty much it. Thanks everyone again, and happy new year, and thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ashraf, and thanks everyone who are here. As usual, it was a pleasure. We are going to close the date. I want to wish everybody to enjoy the weekend. Looking forward to do this face to face. I hope in the near future we can meet at the reactor or any other place and have a full day there. And again, thanks speakers, thanks attendance, thanks everyone. Goodbye. Have a great weekend.
Thanks, Bruno, again for co-organizing this event. To you, Ehsan, and the whole team. Thanks, everyone. Looking forward to see you next year.
Okay. Hey, David, it's a pleasure. Goodbye.
Thank you.